Good morning.
Good morning.
The time is 9 a.m. I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is the second day of CSLB board meeting. It is April the 18th, and my name is Diana Love, and I am the board chair. Happy to see all of you here this morning with your lovely smiles. Today, Rodney Kopos has been approved absence, and board member Mary Tykert will be leaving today around noon, I believe, or maybe a little later. Vice Chair Michael Mark, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise, remove your caps. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Robin, can you please call the roll to establish a quorum? Present.
Rodney Kopos, excuse absence. David Deltoy.
Here.
Miguel Balanza.
Here.
Amanda Kaya. Stephen Denzel.
Here.
Alan Guy.
Here.
Jacob Lopez.
Here.
Michael Mark.
Here.
Andy Nutt. Yep. Steve Canelli.
Here.
Jim Ewing.
Here.
Mary Piper.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Robin. I'd like to again welcome Mr. Henry Nutt III. He is a C Specialty Contractor member. This is Mr. Nutt's second meeting. His first meeting was yesterday during the Day 1 Strategic Plan session. Welcome again, sir. Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge Elizabeth Dietzen Olson, hope I didn't mispronounce your name too badly, who is the DCA Regulations Counsel assigned to CSLB. Welcome. You're welcome. Joining board members at the table that just established a quorum is Registrar David Folk, Chief Deputy Registrar Mike Jameski, Board Counsel John Ken, Public Affairs Chief Catherine White, Licensing Chief Carol Gagon, and Enforcement Chief Steve and Executive Office Analyst Robin Williams. One more preliminary item of business before we get underway as a point of information. At the June 13th board meeting, the board will select new board officers. To prepare a possible slate for board officer consideration, I have appointed two prior board chairs, Mary Tykert and Susan Granzella, to a two-person nominating committee. David will provide you with a board officer questionnaire next week to fill out should you be interested in applying for a board officer position. We have a full agenda today, so I will be expedient in leading this meeting. Item B is public comment for items not on the agenda and future agenda items requests. The board values public input as part of our consumer protection mission. To allow us enough time to conduct our full schedule of business today, I am limiting public comments to 3 minutes apiece. If your comments don't involve an item on today's agenda, this would be the time where you can make them. If you have comments on one of our agenda items, we encourage you to wait until we get to that item. Of particular note, if you are here today to comment on the battery energy storage system issue in agenda item H, there will be ample time to provide your comment when we get to that item at approximately noon today. There are a few other rules that apply. First, California law prohibits board members from discussing any matter brought up during public comment. Also, we're not allowed to act on any item not on today's agenda. Second, if you want the board to discuss a topic not on the agenda, you can ask us to consider placing that issue on the agenda for a future meeting. And finally, If you have an application, complaint, or disciplinary charges pending before the board, we ask that you do not discuss the details of your case or pending complaint. That's because the board members may be the judges and by law are not permitted to receive evidence or information that is not part of the administrative record in the case. At this time, are there any members of the public who wish to address the board or offer a possible agenda item for a future meeting? I see no one recognizing to speak. Do any board members have an agenda item they would like to place on the future meeting agenda? I see no persons wanting to speak. Moving on to item C. We would like to take the next two agenda items together. The review and possible approval of December 13, 2023 board meeting minutes and February 15, 2024 licensing committee summary report and the February 15, 2024 and December 13 minutes. I'm repeating myself. And March 21, 2024 legislative committee meeting summary report, which are on pages 103 through 123. Board members have any edits to either the December 13th, 2023 meeting minutes or February 15th and March 21 committee meeting summary reports? Are there any edits? Could I get a motion to approve the December 13th minutes, February 15th, and March 21st committee meeting summary reports?
Move to approve.
Do I- Okay. Could you please repeat your names for the record? Who did the
David
motion?
Delatorre. This thing's up.
And the second?
Oh, it's on. They're on. Mine's on. Mine's on.
Are there any board comments?
Miguel Galarza.
Aye.
Amanda Gallo. Susan Granzella. Alan Guy.
Aye.
Jacob Lopez.
Aye.
Michael Mark.
Aye.
Henry Nutt.
Aye.
Steve Pinelli.
Aye.
Jim Ruane.
Aye.
And Mary Tykert. Motion passes.
Thank you, Robert. The next item is C, the Registrar's report found on page 137. Although there is no packet content, the two items to be addressed are the 2023 accomplishments and activities report, update David Folk.
Thank you, Chair Levin. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start with the 2023 Accomplishments and Activities Report. That is available now on the CSLB website under What's New. I just wanted to very briefly comment on some of the CSLB division highlights, starting with enforcement. In 2023, more than $40 million was returned or paid in restitution to consumers, and the enforcement staff were responsible for 3,833 legal actions brought against violating contractors. Our information technology department, they were instrumental in furthering our ability for our licensees to renew their licenses online. They had over 300,000 transactions, and also they worked very diligently in obtaining the approvals to upgrade our interactive voice response system. That's a system where the public calls an 800 number, can do a license check, get to an enforcement staff, or talk to somebody within our licensing or other divisions. In licensing, we scheduled 51,000 exams, and they did a wonderful job in maintaining all 47 of our exams, keeping the exams updated within a 5-year cycle. Public Affairs is responsible not only for our outreach, but also our call center. They answered more than 99,000 calls last year. Didn't quite hit the 100,000 mark, but they came very close to it. So we want to thank the staff for their hard work answering those phone calls. And they provided vital assistance at the local assistance centers. It's so important when we have a declared disaster area. Also, I wanted to point out Stacy Paul, our budget manager. She's worked very diligently in keeping expenses in check. And Stacy, put your hand up. Yeah, thank you. And also helping us to establish a little over a 4-month reserve. So it's a job well done, I think, for all CSLB staff to try to look for ways to be as efficient as possible with the license fees that we receive. And so that would be the update on the activities and accomplishment report. And if I could move on to Spanish translation. Initially, I planned to show a slide. I was going to present a slideshow that I was able to present at the Director of Consumer Affairs quarterly meeting. But I think in furtherance of trying to be as expedient as I can with this update, I'm going to table the slides until the June meeting. It might really be an opportunity to show how we have translated slides with our joint meeting with the Nevada board. So I think it'll play out very well. Just wanted to point out, though, that we now have our top 10 examinations translated into Spanish. Our study guides have all been translated into Spanish. And just a real thank you to our licensing chief, Carol Gagnon, and our test development manager, Henry Dong, for the fine work that they did in getting this done. And I know we're looking at doing additional examinations. And the last thing I have is our study that was performed by Cooperative Personnel Services. This was a workload study that the board approved, hiring a consultant to look at efficiencies, to look at our production goals, how best to handle the approximately 15,000 consumer complaints that we're receiving each year. And so they did come up with recommendations. And yesterday in this room, we had strategic planning. And I'm real grateful to the board members that they really championed some of what CPS, Cooperative Personnel Services, has recommended. Excuse me. I did want to share that with all of you today. One thing is to create a desk investigation unit. This would be a unit that would be staffed by perhaps analysts that don't require to work cases that don't require field work. It could be a bridge for our staff service analysts who initially mediate our complaints to the special investigator series. That could be very helpful. It may also provide some additional staff to deal with the increase in consumer complaints. We need to have a more structured training program. So the board was in favor of creating a training module, something we've had in years past. We don't currently have a structured training module today, but we're going to look into furthering that. And excuse me, the next thing would be looking at the procedure manual. We have a procedure manual for handling our investigations, but there's an opportunity to meet with staff to go over the procedure manual to see if there's any ambiguity or if there's any way to improve upon it. So we look forward to meeting with our line staff. They're out there doing the work, of which we appreciate so much, to see if there's any opportunities to have a more streamlined approach and give more clear direction. And the last thing is just IT improvements. It's something we're always looking at. They can be expensive. It can be time consuming. In our enforcement program now, we've implemented a program known as SharePoint, and that's something that we're real excited about, where it enables our staff to download forms, to look at sections of law, to plug into the reports. It's all about becoming a little bit more efficient. I would say the final thing is we're really committed here to looking at contractors that are responsible for many of the increased complaints. And we do have a program where we're looking at contractors that have more than 10 open complaints. Our goal would be to work with that contractor so that they can change their business model so they don't continue to receive complaints. But in the event that they do, and if there are serious violations, we will be taking action, because we don't have the resources to handle any more complaints than we're receiving today. So we recognize that right now, especially our enforcement staff, they really are burdened with a lot of consumer complaints. We are committed to implementing the CPS workload study recommendations, but also looking at opportunities to work with the industry. I'm glad there's a lot of industry reps here with us today to not receive the consumer complaint in the beginning. We can't be quality control for contractors. We just don't have enough staff. You know, just in closing, and I'm going to close with just a kind of a summary of our enforcement program. We have 70 non-sworn investigators. We have 7 sworn investigators. We have 32 staff service analysts. So you're looking at, if you do the math on that, you're looking at around 105 to 110 people to handle 15,000 consumer file complaints a year. That's not a lot of people. So they are working extremely hard to try to manage this. We're keeping our cycle times down. But our goal is to reduce the amount of consumer complaints that we're receiving against licensed contractors. And we do prioritize and want to investigate the unlicensed, but we want to make sure the licensees are taking care of their customers. And that would be my update. Oh, just one last thing. I wanted to mention that our September board meeting is tentatively scheduled for September the 5th. So Robin will be surveying all board members next week, but I hope that date would work. It'll be up to our next chair to determine if that will be an in-person meeting or it will be hybrid. But September the 5th is the date that we've selected at this time. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Are there any public comments? Seeing
I
none?
think Susan has it.
Oh, yes, Susan.
Thank you, Board Chair, and good morning, everyone. On page 141 begins the budget update. This page summarizes the budget and expenses for this fiscal year 23-24. CSLB has a final authorized budget of $82 million. The year-end projections are we expect $91.5 million in revenue, $78.5 million in board expenses, and $63 million in mandatory external cost. Revenue should exceed expenses, which would increase our reserves to $32 million or 4.5 months at the end. If you flip the page, the first chart shows fiscal year 23-24 budget and expenses through February. So far, we have expended 64% of our budget authority. The chart directly below shows our revenue through February. Overall, I'm happy to report that we are exceeding prior year revenue by 5.3%. On the next page, the chart highlights our final budget. With the adjustments for this fiscal year, they increased by $3.2 million, from $78.5 million to $81.7 million. The increase in budget is mainly due to approved bargaining unit agreements to increase staff salaries, retirement, and health benefits. Directly below the chart explains the direction of Budget Letter 2327, which was issued by the governor in December to immediately reduce our costs to address the state's significant general fund deficit. Further guidance was then provided by the department in early January, outlining an approval process to secure mission-critical purchases, contracts, travel, and other expenses. This is through a new exemption process. To date, CSLB has submitted 44 exemption requests through this process, and I'm happy to report 57 have been approved, but 0 have been denied. So we're doing well. Flipping the page to 144, the chart includes our fund condition, which projects out to 24-25. The middle column is current year, which shows our beginning fund balance at $25 million. If we end the year as realized as discussed on page 151, then we should increase our reserves this year to 32 million. Then if you look at the last column, which is next year's budget year, you can see we continue to gradually replenish our reserves to 5 months. Looking over onto the next page, this chart is the construction management education account. As you can see, the fund is healthy and continues to receive a steady donation of license contributions. We appreciate the administration approving the grant disbursement increase this fiscal year to $225,000 for the schools. Lastly, let me quickly touch on the statistical summary details on the next 3 pages. I'm excited to report through February, we are seeing 17% increase in original received and almost 25% in new license issued. Renewals also appear steady at 2.4% from 2 years ago. This concludes the budget update, unless you have questions.
I would be remiss in my duties not to congratulate you on the reserve. That took a lot of work, and working with management and staff in that effort. Contrast this to the dark days of 2020 when it was less than 1 month. So again, great job. That's ensuring the continuity of CSLB. Thank you, Stacy, and all of your team and associates. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. We appreciate your guidance all through the last 10 years? 9.
Thank you, Stacy. The next item is C5, administrative update regarding personnel and facilities. The update is on page 149. At this time, I will turn to Chief Deputy Registrar Mike Jameski. Before I turn it over to Mike, let me just ask, were there any public comments for the budget report?
I'll return this.
Okay, seeing no comments for the public report, I'll now turn it over to Mike.
Good morning. Briefly, the update regarding administration, personnel, and facilities. We'll just hit the highlights here. Page 152, 37 promotions in the third quarter of the fiscal year, which is great. We maintained an 8% vacancy rate, which is well below sort of the 10% line that we try not to exceed. On the bottom of page 153 regarding contracts, the main highlight here is kind of our next big priority for contracts is the request for proposal to study CSLB resources to address unlicensed practice and unlicensed activity in disaster areas. So unlicensed practice broadly throughout the state and unlawful activity and unlicensed practice in disaster areas. The board may recall they approved in December an increase from $75,000 to $200,000 for that contract because the $75,000 did not get any bids. It's a lot of stuff to study for $75,000, so we're optimistic the $200,000 will be successful. However, you heard Stacy mention a moment ago, budget letter 2327 regarding the expenditure freeze statewide. We bumped into that, and we now need to justify as mission critical, which we believe we can do, our RFP. I hope to submit that in May and get the RFP out there for bid. As far as facilities, the main thing here, actually, I don't think we mentioned it yet, the Contractors State License Board is undergoing construction on its first floor bathrooms. It's unfortunate timing because we have a lot of members of the public here today, but I understand the upstairs bathrooms are unlocked and you don't need a badge to access them. So that's where the restrooms are for today, but the new restrooms are great. They're long overdue, long needed construction. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Any comments or questions from the board members?
This thing doesn't, well, there it is. Quick question, you mentioned the promotions, and I'm sure they were well-deserved. Were there vacancies? And if so, were they due to retirement, and were the vacancies that were caused because of the promotions, filled?
There we go. I would want to, before answering that, I'd want to get the actual data, but I know that you're right, every time somebody promotes, they leave a vacancy. But for us to maintain that 8%, it means that the levels are balanced. Somebody promotes, somebody else comes into that position, either interior or we have a policy here to, when we accept applications, to get those interviews scheduled quickly. And we always try to maintain that vacancy below 10%. There have been some retirements. I thought that data was here, but I don't see it. But I think we're pretty confident that we're able to maintain a consistent level of staff to make sure that we're not impairing our ability to do our jobs. I don't know if that really answered your question, though.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Any public comments? Seeing none, let's go to item 6, which is information technology update. And the update is on page 155. And I will turn to Information Technology Chief Jason Perez.
All right, found a mic. Thank you, Board Chair Love, and good morning, everyone. On page 157 begins the information technology update. Today, I am pleased to present the latest technology initiatives. These were spearheaded by our IT Advisory Committee. Board members Granzella and Board member Gallo are part of that IT Advisory Committee. Our initial initiative that we have is that transitioning to the Amazon Web Services Connect. It's a cutting-edge interactive voice response system, an IVR. We are scheduled to launch this in May of 2024, so shortly in the next few weeks. This new platform will dramatically improve our call routing and management. It ensures quicker and more efficient customer service interactions. In addition, the system will allow the public to perform still license lookup and also to be able to get the license application status. AWS Connect is designed for scalability and flexibility, which will effectively handle varying call volumes and allow for future enhancements. It promises an enhanced security standards, and it is expected to be more cost-effective by reducing the need for physical infrastructure. Moving on to the next initiative, which is security, we have initiated the implementation of a privileged access manager system, which will help minimize the potential for a security breach. And if a security breach does occur, a PAM, or privileged access manager, helps limit its reach within the CSLB infrastructure. We are currently in the user acceptance testing phase. The system is critical for controlling the privileged accounts. The full implementation is on track for completion by June of 2024. This development is crucial for enhancing CSLB's cybersecurity posture against emerging threats. And our last initiative is our business modernization. Just recently, Department of Consumer Affairs has approved our procurement package for automating the sole owner license application workflow. This approval is pivotal in the step of our business modernization journey and aimed at improving our service delivery and operational efficiencies by developing a 100% online application option. This automation will streamline processes, reduce the time and resources currently required, thus providing better service to our stakeholders. Thank you for your attention, and I'm open to any questions or feedback you may have.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, are there any comments from the public?
I want to say that we were able to renew our license online within 2 or 3 minutes. It was just a pleasure doing that rather than having to fill it out, sending in wait weeks to get the hard days of renewal confirmed.
Take the podium.
Would you like to take the podium so we can all hear you?
I'm sorry.
would you like to take the podium and speak so we can all hear you? Come on down.
Yeah, just a quick note for those in the room. Obviously, we're having some microphone issues, but we, oh,
Interrupt the flow of the work. So I do apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt the flow of the meeting here, but I just wanted to say that, yes, we were able to renew our license in February online. It was, less than 5 minutes, and it was just a pleasure to have the confirmation right away rather than waiting weeks and all that. We were able to do our license fees online, and it was just super. It was just easy and so much easier than the previous years. So that's all. I just wanted to say that.
Can you tell us your name, please?
My name is Karen Polstra. I'm a C46. And we drove up from San Diego today to participate in that meeting, so thank you.
And thank you for your positive comments. We love hearing positive, good things. Next is the Bagley-Keene update, and there is no board packet content for this item, and I will turn it over to Department Consumer Affairs Counsel for the board, John Ken.
Thank you, Chair Love, and good morning, everyone. At the board's request, I've been asked to give a high-level overview of the 4 types of meetings that are available under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as it's been amended for January of 2024. Like I said, there's 4 options. The 2 options that existed before the amendment in 2024 still exist today. The first one of which is what we're doing here today, which is a public meeting, one spot, accessible to everyone, public comment, but all in one location. The second original type of meeting is a teleconference meeting where the board is in one or more physical locations, each of which is accessible to the public, all of which are accessible remotely for public access. The 2 new types of meetings, one is a meeting for teleconference for advisory boards only, which is rarely used, but it's for non-governmental decision-making meetings for advisory bodies like advisory committees. And those can be held completely remotely, as was done during COVID, where everyone has access through the phone. And then the 4th type of meeting is a kind of a hybrid of that, which is a quorum of the board being present at one physical location and other members of the board being available at other locations that need not be open to the public. And those also have remote access for public participation. So I know I was given this briefly at a high level, and if any board members have any questions, I'm available anytime.
Any questions from the board?
Through the chair, I just have a quick question regarding executive in general. And that would be, since we're in good financial shape, we have some money behind us now, but given the fact that the state of California is in a budget crisis, is there a restriction on us using those funds even though they're there?
Well, there is to a certain extent. Stacy, would you like to answer that? Maybe explain how we're doing exemptions to try to get permission to spend the funds.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we're under the direction of the governor, so there is a deficit. So we have to abide by the budget letter 2327, which the department gave us guidance on what we can, the procedure, the exemption process that we can go through to get approved for these. So like for the June board meeting in down south, we had to get approval on that. We had to be very mindful of what staff went, and cost, and everything that went into that.
And Stacy, how many of exemption requests have you put forward, and how many have been approved?
44. And so 57 have been approved. It might be higher than that because some of the staff don't tell me on the back end if it was approved. But for the most part, I have heard no denials. We did get one denial and we pushed back because it was an auto renewal on one of our public affairs subscriptions, and we were able to get approval. So they're working with us, the department is. But we're trying to be mindful on the cost, like for instance, if Jason submits something on IT, because obviously IT is very expensive, he might say, we're only gonna buy 5 copiers, even though we might need 10. And so the governor likes to see that, okay, well, you're making an attempt to save.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any comments from the public on the 4 meeting arrangement types? Okay, seeing none, I will continue forward to licensing. And I'm going to turn Licensing Committee Chair Alan Guy to present.
Thank you, Chair Love. Good morning. I am Alan Guy, Licensing Committee Chair, and I'm providing the Licensing Division update today with assistance from Licensing Chief Carol Gagnon. I will highlight a few items for the board. Moving on to the Licensing and Testing Statistical Update, Agenda Item D1, which begins on page 163. Regarding applications, the table on page 165 indicates the number of applications received for new licenses, additional classifications, replacing qualifiers, and home improvement salespersons. As you can see, in February 2024, CSLB received over 4,500 applications, more than in any of the last 11 months before that. In 2023, CSLB received over 47,000 applications. This is approximately 4,000 more applications than CSLB received in 2022 and more than were received in the 4 years before. Although each of the 5 types of applications indicated an increase, the largest number was in original exam applications, with an increase of close to 2,000 applications. On page 166, you can see that all of our processing times are staying close to our under 2-week goal, continuing the trend CSLB Licensing Division has held since last spring. Staff are doing an excellent job at keeping up with incoming applications, even with the increase in all types of applications. The goal of staying below 3 weeks to first handle applications is a customer service benchmark. It ensures all types of applicants hear back quickly about the status of their application and are able to move forward in the licensure process without delays. As seen on page 168, renewal applications are about the same in calendar year 2023 as they were in 2022, with over 117,000 applications processed this year. Addressing the experience verification unit statistics on page 172, CSLB held a licensing committee meeting on February 15th, 2024 to discuss experience verifications. The results will be discussed in the next section. I will now ask Licensing Chief Carol Gagnon to give the testing update, which starts on page 176.
Thank you, Chair Guy. Between March 2023 and February 2024, PSI exams administered a little more than 49,000 exams for CSLB candidates. In February 2024, CSLB hit record numbers with over 4,600 people taking one of our exams at a PSI test center. Currently, there are no backlogs in test administration. As seen on page 176, CSLB opened 2 new test centers for all of its examinations in August of 2023, Las Vegas, Nevada, and Wilsonville, Oregon. As you can see, 55 candidates have already taken advantage of the opportunity to test closer to home rather than having to fly to California to take their exams. The most popular test centers for CSLB candidates in California are in Sacramento, San Diego, and Riverside. And as you can see on page 178, the Examination Development Unit staff are currently working on 15 examinations. They encourage active licensed contractors to volunteer to help with the exam development process as subject matter experts. Staff update every exam every 5 years on average, so there is always an opportunity to participate. This concludes the Licensing and Testing Division update, and I will turn it back to Chair Guy.
Thank you, Chief Gagnon. Do any board members have any comments on this item? Seeing none. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll move on. Please turn to section D2, review, discussion, and possible action regarding the experience verification unit in the licensing division on page 181 of the board packet. The results of the February 15th licensing committee meeting on experience verification are addressed there. As detailed in the board packet on page 183, the California Code of Regulations, section 824, went into effect in 1980, requiring that 3% of all CSLB applications have their experience verified. In 1980, CSLB had far fewer licensing staff and did not look closely at license applications. So experience verification was necessary to ensure that applicants were qualified for licensure. At some point, it was determined that a 3% random poll was the most useful means of sending applications for field review. Since then, CSLB has greatly expanded their licensure staff and application review process. Now every application is closely reviewed by staff before being posted, and applications that do not meet all of the requirements are returned to the candidates for further information. As a result, the 3% review was for the most part transferred to the Enforcement Division, who took a different approach for the identification of applications for field investigation. The focus shifted more towards applications that were previously rejected or withdrawn for lack of experience, those flagged because of an enforcement investigation, those suspected of submitting false documentation, and other concerning issues. The 3% field investigation review currently being conducted by the Enforcement Division is more accurately described as actively flagged applications as opposed to randomly pulled applications. The conclusion of the licensing committee meeting is to propose the following. Experience verification should be moved completely to the Enforcement Division, along with the reporting in the board packet. The focus of experience verification staff and enforcement should be flagged applications, not a 3% random poll, to concentrate on applications of concern to the board. Do any board members have any comment on this item? Mr. Mark?
Thank. All right. So I appreciate you bringing this up for licensing. I noticed that 3% verification was very, very critical to CSLB. And just so everyone knows what we're talking about the percentage of experience when you're holding your license of being journey person or above. And the page 172 reflects the amount of the chart of the denials that's within licensing currently. So yeah, I think moving this to the enforcement is key. Enforcement has the tools to be able to do that deep dive on prior history. So I appreciate those, bring this forward, Chair Guy.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
So Jim Ruane first, Michael Mark second. I believe I have to ask for board comment again. Any board comment? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. Robin, can you take roll, please?
Diana Love,
Yes.
Joel Barton. Yes. Rodney Cobos, excused absence. David De La Torre,
Aye.
Miguel Galarza.
Aye.
Amanda Gallo.
Aye.
Susan Granzella.
Aye.
Alan Guy. Jacob Lopez. Michael Mark.
Aye.
Henry Nutt.
Aye.
Steve Pinelli. Jim Ruane. And Mary Teichert.
Aye.
Motion passes.
So motion carries, and that will conclude the update. Back to you, Chair Love.
Thank you, Committee Chair Ellen Guy and Licensing Chief Carol Gagon. And before we move forward to enforcement, I'm going to turn it over to Registrar David Folk for a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Love. One of the enforcement agenda items is a discussion about unlicensed developers. We have a speaker coming up from Los Angeles to address the board on that agenda item. Unfortunately, the speaker had a delay in her flight, and so she's just now leaving the airport. So would it be possible to cover the enforcement agenda item without that second one and come back to it when she arrives? John, probably a question for you, or
Sure.
board counsel. Okay.
We can begin the item and then table her presentation for later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Going forward, the next agenda item is enforcement, and I will turn it over to Enforcement Committee Chair Jim Ruane.
Thank you, Chair Love. Good morning. I'm Jim Ruane, the Chair of the CSLB's Enforcement Committee. The first item on the enforcement agenda, E1, is the Enforcement Program Statistical Update, which begins on page 189 of your board packet. Out of approximately 220 positions in the Enforcement Division, there are currently 25 vacancies. The management team is working hard to fill these positions. Candidates have already been selected for 12 of the positions and are pending final approval. If you will turn to page 191 of your packet, I will go over some of the significant enforcement statistics. During the 8-month period from July 1st, 2023 to February 29th, 2024, the division opened 13,176 investigations. With current staffing levels, the optimum maximum enforcement division caseload is 4,860 pending complaints. As of February 29th, 2024, the pending caseload was moderately higher at 5,391. The reason for the higher caseloads continues to be due to the increase in solar complaints, which are currently averaging approximately 200 per month. Staff service analysts and investigators in the Enforcement Division are working very hard to keep up with the incoming complaints. The SSAs are consistently exceeding their production goals of closing or transferring 30 cases per month and settling 70% of all licensee complaints. The weighted monthly case closing average per special investigator in investigative centers was 8 closures per month, 2 less than the closure goal of 10. Another board goal is to appropriately disposition of all 100 complaints within 270 days of receipt. As of February 29, 2024, 174 complaints exceeded 270 days in age. Highlights of some of the division's significant accomplishments between July 1st, 2023 and February 29, 2024 are as follows. Complaint mediation efforts by the Intake Mediation Center and investigative centers resulted in more than $26.4 million in restitution to financially injured parties. 275 letters of admonishment were issued. The investigative centers referred 398 of the 1,444 legal action investigations for criminal prosecution. 348 cases referred to arbitration, resulting in $4.3 million in restitution ordered to injured parties. 516 licensees citations were issued, and 418 non-licensed citations were issued. $492,421 of civil penalties were collected. $246,958 collected for investigation cost recovery. 119 accusations were filed, and 193 licenses were revoked from accusations and noncompliance with arbitration awards. And finally, I will provide a brief update on proactive enforcement, which is conducted by the 27 special investigators assigned to the Statewide Investigative Fraud Team, or SWIFT. This information begins on page 193 of your packet. During this reporting period, SWIFT conducted 16 undercover sting operations across the state, participated in 214 sweep days, and responded to 566 leads or tips received from industry and the public. Investigators completed 2,184 investigations with 551 cases resulting in an administrative or criminal legal action. Additionally, 805 advisory notices were issued for relatively minor violations. I'll now turn it over to Enforcement Chief Steve Grove to provide a couple of complaint highlights. Steve?
Thank you, Chair Ruane. The first complaint highlight I would like to share is at the center of page 189 of your packet and details a very successful mediation that took place in our Intake Mediation Center. A consumer in Los Angeles contracted with a solar contractor for a solar system installation. The contractor arranged for the project to be financed and was paid $52,500 for pre-construction expenses, then abandoned the project without performing any work. The consumer filed a complaint with CSLB when the finance company started demanding payment on the loan. Intake and Mediation Center staff contacted the finance company and explained the consumer had been a victim of an unscrupulous contractor who had abandoned the project and gone out of business. Initially, the loan company was unwilling to bend, but the persistence from the IMC staff paid off. They were able to convince the financing company to cancel the loan and forgive the $52,500 balance. CSLB is currently investigating multiple other complaints against the contractor for possible administrative and criminal action. The next highlight I would like to share is on page 190 of your packet. The CSLB Special Investigation Unit, SIU, investigated multiple complaints against licensed roofing contractor Arturo Aguilera of Topites Roofing. In January of 2019, Aguilera contracted with a consumer for a new roof on a warehouse for $125,000. Over several months, Aguilera received multiple progress payments totaling $120,000. He abandoned the project without providing any material or performing any work. In September of 2019, even though his license was expired and suspended, Aguilera entered into a contract with another consumer for a complete re-roof of a house for $82,000. Aguilera received a total of $44,500 from the consumer. However, no material was provided and no work was performed. In July of 2020, Aguilera entered into a written contract with another consumer to re-roof his residence and a shed for a total of $24,000. Aguilera collected $22,200 and then abandoned the project. The only work performed was installing the underlayment, removing the existing roof, installing the underlayment, and installing one gutter. The consumer had to hire a new contractor to complete the work. The new contractor estimated the value of the work performed by Aguilera to be approximately $4,000. The victim in this case was 71 years old at the time. In October of 2020, Aguilera contracted with yet another consumer to re-roof his residence for a total of $12,500. Aguilera was paid in full but abandoned the project after tearing off the existing roof and installing the underlayment. The consumer completed the roof himself and spent approximately $5,500 for material. CSLB's investigation resulted in an accusation being filed and the revocation of Aguilera's contractor's license in July of 2021. A criminal case was referred to the Napa County District Attorney's Office, who filed 15 counts against Aguilera. He pleaded no contest to the following violations: theft by false pretenses, grand theft, elder abuse, and accepting payment in advance of work performed. In February of 2024, the Napa County DA's office informed CSLB that Aguilera failed to pay restitution. Aguilera was back in court in October and was ordered to serve 353 days in jail. He was recently released after serving 6 months of his sentence. And that includes my highlights.
Thank you, Steve. That concludes the enforcement program's statistical update. This is an information item only. No action is required of the board. Any comments from board members? Michael?
Thank you, Enforcement Chair Ruane. I wanted to make sure that it's something that's highlighted. Nearly $21 million was provided back to the consumers of California by the hard work of CSLB via the mediation staff on page 190. As everyone knows, the underground economy is very critical here in California, and by not hiring those licensed contractors, there's always going to be some issues. And even the licensed contractors, unfortunately, CSLB becomes a mediation point instead of actually the contractors doing the right thing and getting the work done. But $21 million is a lot of grandma houses that's being done, and people are taking advantage of, just like the highlighted case that Steve stated. So great work, enforcement team.
Thank you, Michael. Any other comments from board members? Robin, any public comment?
I don't see any.
All right, thank you. The next item on the enforcement agenda is E2, review and discussion regarding unlicensed developers. This section begins on page 199 of your packet. At the request of board member Jacob Lopez, board chair Diana Love approved this agenda item to discuss construction industry concerns regarding license requirements for commercial developers constructing multifamily mixed-use projects. For background,
Sorry, Jim.
Jim?
I'm sorry.
The speaker is Patty McCarron, and she
So
is
we're gonna hold
delayed
this
at
whole
the
thing?
airport. Yeah, she should be here in probably 15 minutes, so Patty McCarron will be speaking
Okay.
to the board, presenting to the board.
We're going to hold this particular item on enforcement until Patty arrives. And let's see. I think that'll be it for now.
Thank you, Committee Chair Ruane and Enforcement Chief Steve Grove. And at this time, I'm going to ask that we take a 15-minute break. So if we could come back at 10 after 10, I will see you all then. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. And before we continue to the public affairs item, which is item F, I want to address the participants and members that are in the overflow room. I was over there and asked, but in case anyone came in the event that when I came over there, if anyone wants to speak on any of the public items or to put something on as a future item other than the battery energy storage systems issue, we will address that as a separate item, but if there's anyone in the overflow room that would like to address the board or comment on any other items, please come over and raise your hand as you come in the room, and we will acknowledge you. And while you're on your way, we're going to continue on with item F, Public Affairs, and I'm going to turn that over to Committee Chair Miguel Garza.
Thank you, Chair Love. As the Chair of the Public Affairs Committee, I will now proceed with the Public Affairs update, which starts on page 203 in your handout. The Public Affairs Office, or PAO, is responsible for media, industry, licensing, and consumer communications, as well as outreach. They provide proactive public relations, respond to media inquiries, and develop and distribute publications and newsletters. They also conduct education and outreach for consumers and contractors. PAO creates content for CSLB's social media channels and websites, including webcasts and videos. Disaster response continues to be a key part of CSLB's outreach efforts. CSLB works to educate property and business owners so as not to be harmed by unlicensed and/or unscrupulous contractors after disasters. Between November 1st of 2023 and February 29th of 2024, CSLB staffed and participated in 5 disaster recovery centers, or DARCs. Throughout California, DARCs opened in Los Angeles and San Diego counties in January and February after the winter storms caused extensive damage. In these areas of the videos and digital services, PAO has focused on creating informative videos for consumers, licensees, and applicants. Recent videos have included a series of how to navigate the CSLB website, guidance on hiring licensed contractors for summer home improvement projects, tips on reporting unlicensed contractors in disaster areas, tips for working as a contractor in disaster areas, and a series of 10 tip videos for hiring a licensed contractor. The videos are shared on YouTube and other social media platforms and archived on the CSLB website. PAO has also prioritized translating and producing Spanish language consumer and industrial videos. You can see a list of live and recorded videos starting on page 206 of your booklet. Beginning on page 207, you will see how PAO has increased CSLB's following on social media by improving engagement with applicants, licensees, the news media, and other stakeholders. CSLB maintains an active presence on Facebook, Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter, and LinkedIn. Whereas these platforms have shown growth, public affairs staff stay up to date with trends on social media and best reach CSLB's audience. The most popular posts on Facebook and Instagram are the ones noted that contractors are required to include their license numbers on all advertisements, contracts, and bids. At the bottom of page 210, PAO shows an updated subscriber list of more than 193,800, which includes the licensee's information list service. The subscription list also receives CSLB's industry bulletins, press releases between November and the end of February. CSLB issues industrial bulletins related to the new tree and palm contractors classifications, new contractor laws that will affect contractors and homeowners, and significant changes that streamline the 2024 contractors license law and reference book. Four new releases were issued at that same period related to sting results and CSLB's partnership with the National Association of State Contractors. Licensing agencies to provide essential home repairs for deserving elderly veterans. PAO responded to 29 media inquiries between November and the end of February, and the media coverage focused on various topics including undercover stings results and high-profile contractor complaints. Page 212 and 213 show the outreach events that CSLB has attended between November and February. You will see that the Public Affairs Office staff, along with assistants from enforcement, have been busy, including key customer protections, information to seniors, and other stakeholders. The other Public Affairs Office also writes and publishes content for internal communications. On page 213 and 214, you will see that PAO has published 10 employee Intran articles between November and February, highlighting upcoming meetings and publications of the updated contractor's license law and reference book. The CLB's employees events include the holiday celebration. In December, the Intran is accessible to all CSLB employees around the state, and the first thing they see when they open their web browser in the morning on their computers. Finally, on page 214, CLB's Public Information Center has improved average wait times for callers. In December, the average time was 1 minute and 30 seconds, the lowest it's been in 6 years. Staff works hard, and we greatly appreciate it. Since this is an informational item only, no action is required of the board. Therefore, I welcome any comments from the board members. Hearing and seeing none. Anyone for the public would like to comment? Are all of you followers of CSLB? Excellent. Any comments? Seeing none, I will turn this back over to Chair Love. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Galarza. Before we move forward, I believe I saw a participant come in to address the board on anything other than the battery energy storage system item.
Yes, my name is JP Tenori, and I have Capistrano Computers, licensed low-voltage contractor. And I'd like to put on the board meeting for next time about the gig economy and how we do not want it, just like Uber. The first Uber, a lot of people think it was Uber that started the gig economy. Unlicensed, typically individuals, misclassified workers in some regard, which the state of California doesn't allow an exemption for Prop 22. Basically, the first gig economy was computerrepair.com that later became OnForce and then became Work Market. And there's another one called Field Nation. And it's my understanding that you guys think that the platform itself may not be in violation of the law, but I would contend otherwise. You can find advertising, you can find the fact that they take they're in the middle of the transaction and they take a fee off of it, not just merely a referral service, such as another one that might say, hey, we'll give you this referral and we're out of it. And then also there's out-of-state contractors that go into chain retail stores, banks, anything financial, big, huge problem, and I'd like to address it. My name is JP Tenori, Capistrano Computers. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. And I believe our speaker has arrived, so I'm going to give her just a few minutes to set up. So we'll take a quick break. PowerPoints and different things. We're going to move forward into the beginning portion of our legislative update, which is item G. So I'm going to turn it over to Committee Chair Michael Mark.
Great, thank you, Chair Love. My name is Michael Mark, Legislative Committee Chair. Try to go between the speakers here. We will begin the legislative agenda with item 1, update on 2023-2024 legislation, beginning on page 221 of your packet. Is the pending legislation up for discussion today? The first bill in question is Assembly Bill 2622 Carrillo. Just before, there might have been some guests on Carrillo from the office. I'm assuming no. So we're going to continue that part on. This bill relates to the minor work exemption in the contractor's law. The existing law states that a contractor's license is required for any project valued at $500 or more in labor and materials. The bill that is imprinted today would increase that amount to $5,000. However, Assemblymember Carrillo is proposing amendments to his bill that are being circulated to industry leaders. A copy of the proposed amended bill has been provided at this meeting, which, as of right now, I will turn it over to.
Yeah, just a quick update on that. The circulated amendments, I am told by the Assembly B&P Committee that they were not accepted by the B&P Committee, and the Assembly B&P Committee is working diligently with the author's office to come up with amendments. But for everybody's information here today, I do not have current updated amendments with an RN number from Ledge Council. Regarding mics, while I have the opportunity, they do all work. There is a restriction that only 2 can be on at one time, so I'm going to turn this off.
This one does work. I think it's the speaker right here. I'm kind of right underneath the speaker. Mike, Dave, did you have any other comments on this? I wanted to make sure I give you a chance.
Yeah, we've had communication with Assemblyman Juan Carrillo's office about, how that bill could benefit the industry and also protect consumers. He has stated that, or I should say his office has stated that they aren't going to stay with the $5,000 raise, that it will be something closer to a raise based on the Consumer Price Index. So I would just say we look forward to continuing dialogue with Assemblymember Carrillo's staff to see if there can be a proposal that could be brought to the board and looked at, and to the industry, and looked at favorably. So that would be my statement.
Thank you, Dave. So in the board packet, page 222, the staff recommendation is oppose unless amended. We did have a legislative committee meeting on this. Is there any comments from the board? We did have a long hearing on this. I'll just make another comment that, in my opinion, that 5,000 mark is too high. I appreciate, sounds like the registrar is working with the bill author to try to get some good amendments. But right now, because there is no accepted amendments currently in print, the staff recommendation is oppose unless amended. So seeing that there's no other board comments, is there any public comment on this bill? There is a public comment in the audience. Come up to the microphone, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Again, my name is J.P. Tenori. I have Capistrano Computers. I think that $5,000 is just, it's outrageous. It'll basically make these platforms take all the work. You have a bunch of gig workers, just like Uber, do it, and out-of-state contractors, and I can share the whole 9 yards of how this chain works. Maybe what you can do is consider, I always cringe when I see somebody get in trouble when they're doing a good job and they might not qualify for a license. You could probably get them to sign something and say, okay, we've checked your references. And you know, it's okay. We're going to go ahead and accept your bid. You know, as a, you know, say as a homeowner, so say painting a house or something like that, where it's just basically a couple of boards or something on top. Basically, something could be done for individual to individual, but in the corporate world, there should maybe lower the limit to nothing. Have a no handyman's exemption, because all it is just they're just getting a bunch of people that are independent contractors, and you can't afford to hire anybody else because of that. And unless you want Uber to come into this industry.
Thank you for your comment. Register folk?
I think that's it.
Great. So if the board decides to take a vote, or there's a motion to oppose unless amended, we will need to indicate in general what those amendments would look like. And so I just want to throw this out for the board consideration. Would the board look favorably towards raising the $500? I think it hasn't, that was established in 1989, so it's been a long time. Raising it based on the consumer price index. Looks like Mike stepped out, but I think he established that that would be around $1,200 or so. I don't know the exact number. And also, what can we do to protect consumers and also to make sure that those that are doing unlicensed or doing work under that threshold are doing it appropriately and not harming consumers? And is there a way to track it? So another thought would be, and this would be to consider a type of registration where somebody doing work under, and I'll just throw out $1,200, would be registered and would be required to have a bond to protect the public. And I throw that out for consideration, 3 possible amendments. And is that something the board would consider perhaps supporting in the future? I don't have to support that today. There's no bill in print. But that would be that would be the concept here. We can just, the board can just say, look, we just oppose this outright, or you could say oppose unless amended, to consider basing the exemption on the consumer price index increase, possibly having a registration program, and requiring a license bond to protect the public.
So I will make sure the microphone was on. So if you are here to speak on this particular bill in the overflow room, I know there's a 30-second delay, just come on over. I want to make sure it's clear. If everyone looks in their board packet from on page 128 to 136, we had a 2-hour hearing on this specific bill with the legislative committee. We heard a lot of great feedback from stakeholders that were opposing unless amended. There was a lot of industry that was present. Is there any other public comment on this specific bill or anything to do with the possible amendments that the Register folk is asking the board to weigh in on?
Good morning. My name is Phil Vermeulen, and I represent American Contractors Indemnity. This is the first I've heard about the bonding idea with the lower amount. And at this time, I will take it back to my clients and see what kind of feedback we get on that. But I wanted to bring that up to everybody's attention right now. Thank you.
So is there any other board comment on any of the specific amendments that David was, Joel Barton?
Thank you, Chairman Mark. Would it be appropriate, based on public comment and our discussions, to make a motion for the board to oppose completely? So not oppose as amended, but oppose this legislation.
If that's your motion, it is very possible. So make sure I'm clear, staff recommendation is opposing unless amended. Register folk is trying to come up with some amendments, but the motion on the floor is oppose outright this specific bill.
That is my motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Joel Barton, a second by Steve Pinelli to oppose in its entirety of this specific bill of raising the exemption. Any further public comments?
I would like to make a friendly amendment that we support what Registrar Foat brought forward.
So there's on the floor, there was a possible ask for a friendly amendment. And maybe this is what would be great. I know there was 3 different things that Registrar Foat did state. Is there a specific amendment of the 4 that you're asking for a friendly amendment on?
I believe that Registrar Foat talked about 3 possible revisions, which is the consumer index, bond, and registration process to take back to Assemblymember Carrillo's office to go before the Business and Professions Committee to have the bill amended. So that would be my friendly amendment, that we vote no, but with the possibility of the revisions presented by the registrar to bring back to the table.
Does the seconder?
I would second that.
Well, there's a motion and a second on the floor. There was an ask for a friendly amendment to include some of those minimums. The seconder, do you have, or the maker of the motion, do you choose to accept those friendly amendments?
And with all due respect, I think I would not accept it. I think, like the speaker before talked about the underground economy and Lyft and Uber and all that, I think we would be condoning not having a license. We have good contractors in the audience here that have license, pay all the fees, pay the bond. I think by encouraging someone to operate without a license is obtruse to our commitment here as board members.
The seconder, do you agree with the motion?
I agree with the motion.
Thank you. I have a couple words. Obviously, we had a lot of comments in that specific meeting. I'll repeat myself. Page 128 to 136 of the board packet, there was a lot of discussion on this specific bill. Some of the concerns that I heard was the service industry and the amounts being raised too high. One thing that was in question was even between the $500 limit to $5,000 limit, there is a lot of our complaints that is being handled by the enforcement is within that range. Even if it was raised to the consumer price index of $1,200, there is a lot of our enforcement complaints in that range. I will ask for maybe a little clarification from Steve Grove. I'm gonna put you on the spot for a second. Is just specific of the enforcement complaints from $500 to the higher amendment amount proposed. Do you have a feel of how many enforcement actions have been taking place and complaints in that range?
Between $500 and $1,000?
Well, right now it's in the bill. It's $5,000 is the limit. There were a lot of commenters between a lot of our enforcement actions are between $500 and $5,000. Was that kind of true statement?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you. Registrar Folk, do you have anything to add on this?
Well, just what I was mentioning is the discussion and dialogue that's occurred, and Chair Love reminded me that one of the concepts of the registration would be, in other states have something similar, where like some states just have a registration. They have a registration, they have a license. So one of the goals is to have these handy persons have a pathway to become licensed. And we created a B2 classification for that. And as of today, Mike, I think we have about 750 B2s, something like that. So it hasn't been quite what we were hoping for. And so we're just kind of looking at, when we think about a registration, we know in looking at Craigslist, a lot of people out there that they're unlicensed, they're unregulated, and they are causing harm. The registration it would be, and I totally support the board not, supporting this process, this concept, but the registration would be a way to track these people, and there's been talk about limiting it to the same work that the B2 can perform. And so that would be, say, it would not be the behind-the-wall work. It's not the electrical that requires the permit or the plumbing. It's more of the cosmetic type work. So it's just a way to have a better understanding as to what these unlicensed people are doing. Because right now, as Steve mentioned, we do have complaints where people have been taken advantage of for $500. There's really no regulation of that. I neglected to say that earlier. The registration, the thought would be it would limit it to work not requiring a permit, more cosmetic, in line with the B2, and maybe it's a pathway to somebody obtaining the B2 classification. Again, that's just for your consideration.
Is there any further board discussion? We're going to take our roll call vote soon. Is there any other public comment on this?
Who's speaking?
Yes, you can go ahead and have one more public comment because after the motion in the second, there's a chance. So go ahead.
Okay, I want to make also clear that I don't have a problem with raising it over $500, just recurring, redundant type stuff. If one homeowner says, hey, this guy did a good job at this restaurant, our restaurant, and the homeowner checks the references and it's all verified, I don't have any problem with that. And you can maybe $2,500 with the bond maybe, and basically see how it goes type of thing, because everybody should work, but it should be under a level playing field. So.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Okay, there's a motion on the floor to oppose Assembly Bill 2622. Can we take a roll call vote, please, Robin?
Before we do that, I believe that the friendly amendment vote comes first before the main. Am I not correct?
No, Robert rules is I have to give the opportunity for the motion maker and the seconder to accept the friendly amendments. I gave them that opportunity. They decided they would not accept your friendly amendments at this point in time. So the motion and the second is what we're voting on. Please, legal, please correct me if I'm wrong.
And my mic just.
Well, I appreciate.
I will jump in if I hear something that is incorrect.
Yes, obviously we want to make sure everything's on the up and up. Roll call.
Diana Love. Joel Barton.
Yes.
Rodney Cobos, excused absence. David Delatorre.
Aye.
Miguel Galarza. Amanda Gallo.
Aye.
Susan Granzella. Alan Guy. Jacob Lopez. Michael Mark.
Aye.
Henry Nutt.
Aye.
Steve Pinelli. Jim Ruane.
Nay.
Mary Tykert. Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. The next bill is AB 2677, Chen. We are now on page 222 of the packet. This bill relates to surety companies which provide contractor licensed bonds when there's a dispute in civil court over a bond. Existing laws says sureties are financially liable up into the amount of the bond itself, unless the statute says otherwise. For example, for the contractor's state license bond, the most a surety could be liable in court is $25,000. Existing law does not address whether their sureties could also be liable for attorney's fees as costs in the same civil action. A recent court case found that sureties can be liable for any amount of attorney's fees. There is concern in the industry that this could increase the cost of underwriting bonds that could be passed to contractors and ultimately consumers. A copy of the proposed amended bill has been provided at this meeting. We may have a public commenter who can't speak about these amendments. The staff recommendation is neutral for the reasons described on page 223 in the packet. Is there any public comment?
Good morning. I'm Phil Vermeulen, representing the Flasher Barricade Association. The construction industry has formed a coalition in support of this measure. And briefly, let me just read off who's behind this. The coalition's consisting of the Associated General Contractors, the Associated General Contractors of San Diego, the American Property Casualty Insurance Association, the Associated Roofing Contractors of Bay Area, California Builders Alliance, California Building Industry Association, Civil Justice Association of California, Flasher Barricade Association, Masonry Contractors, Painting Contractors, Roofing Contractor Association of California, Sacramento Regional Builders Exchange, Southern California Contractors Association, Union Roofing Contractors Association, United Contractors, and the Western Electrical Contractors Association. Briefly, as the chair mentioned, this was due to a bad court decision that went to the appellate, and Wesco was the surety company, lost, and the court ruled that the surety had to pay $90,000 in attorney fees. This has upset the industry substantially. As you can imagine, all contractors are required to have a $25,000 license bond, and the contractor indemnifies the surety company, meaning that if the payment comes up, for example, in this case where there was a $25,000 plus the $90,000, ultimately it falls on the contractor. And if the contractor can't afford it, goes bankrupt, then the surety kicks in. It's a bad decision, and we need to put the genie back in the bottle. The industry has come together with a bill, AB 2677. It was up in front of the Assembly Judiciary Committee this past Tuesday, and I'm happy to report that the bill was on consent, meaning it was a unanimous vote. There was some grumblings from the attorneys. We took an amendment, which is the amended version that I think you have in your packets, which satisfied their concerns. And basically what that amendment does is allow the attorneys to also claim on the bond up to the $25,000 limit. So we'll eliminate the need for that problem. So today I'm asking for the support of the license board to this measure that the whole industry is behind, and preferably I'd even take it one step further and ask you to be a co-sponsor on the bill. I think it's very important for the industry. And with that, does anybody have any questions?
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask our Deputy Registrar, Sitting Chief of Legislation, can you comment a little bit more on how staff recommendation was neutral on this? And so what was asked on the floor is to change our vote here to a support. So is there new information from print till now? That's what will be helpful.
Yes, so we're going to do the passing of the buck here, because if I'm incorrect on any of the matter, this is a civil procedure code. I'm going to defer to John to correct me. So as everybody knows, generally in a civil lawsuit, the winning party can win back their litigation costs from the losing party, right? Costs can include attorney's fees. under existing law, that's not limited to the amount of the bond itself. After this bill, the bill would eliminate the ability of claimants to recover attorney's fees and other costs in excess of the bond amount. The amendment does address any concerns that the entire amount of the bond would not be available to a consumer, even if the claim is less than the bond. So a claimant prevailing on a $20,000 claim against a $25,000 bond should be able to recover attorney's fees against the remaining bond amount. I think there was some thought from staff prior to the amendment. Is there anything that's happening here that would deter a bond company from making a good faith payout to a consumer in a case against a contractor's bond? I don't know the answer to that. If there's other experts in the room who can talk about civil litigation generally that can supplement this comment, that would be helpful.
The only thing I would add to that is prevailing parties generally do recover their costs by statute, but they don't include attorney's fees unless there's a separate statute or a contract provision or some other reason for, such as bad faith, for the recovery of fees. So what is being lost to the consumer is the ability to collect against the bond in excess of the bond amount. But the consumer still could have a cost recovery against the bad actor who is bonded by the surety company. So the fees could be ordered, but the recovery would only be up to the amount of the bond under this statute.
Thank you. And Phil, let's see if you could answer that question that was asked.
Just
by
one
Senator.
more point to that. This doesn't preclude going civilly, filing a civil lawsuit against the aggrieved party, or against the party that's caused the problem. So you still, just like you always did, you'll be able to go civilly as large as you want to, and you can obtain attorney fees and all that. We're talking about the $25,000 license bond. Historically, this is the way it's always been. The attorneys prior to this amendment and under the law prior to the decision always prevented the attorneys from collecting, but the homeowner takes first precedent. Wages for workers, material supplymen, all of them were able to up to the $25,000 amount. And all we're doing is putting that genie back in the bottle saying, hey, attorneys and all the others can up to the $25,000. Beyond that, you have to take it civilly.
Is there also a concern, Phil, that, and I apologize if you mentioned this already, the exposure from the Carton case currently could increase underwriting costs and increase the cost of a bond for both a contractor and a consumer?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, another former client of mine, SureTech, which is the second largest bonding company in California, has pulled out of the California market as a result of the Carton decision. And the word is, this has really upset the apple cart, and there's a lot of other sureties that are nervous. If they do stay in, and this isn't corrected, then the cost of the bond is going to go up, no doubt about that. There's going to be stricter underwriting standards, and there are going to be a lot of contractors, smaller ones, that aren't going to be able to qualify for a bond. And since the license board has eliminated the need or the ability for the board to allow for a $25,000 cash payment, which also has been affected as a result of this court case and will be resolved as a result of this court case if we get through this legislation. So it affects everybody, including the license board. So it's a bad situation. 2677 takes care of the problem and puts the genie back in the bottle. Underwriting will remain the same, and on we go.
Thank you, Phil.
Thanks.
Is there any other board comment on this before? With this kind of new information from print to now, is staff recommendation still neutral? Or what's your thoughts since print? And Phil, maybe one more time, which committee did it go to consent, and where was it what committee? Was that the Housing and Banking Committee?
No. It was in the Assembly Judiciary Committee and passed out on consent. It doesn't have a fiscal implication, so it's going directly to the Assembly floor next. Then it'll go over to the Senate Judiciary, where hopefully it passes on consent, particularly if we have the support of the License Board, and then onto the Senate floor and then to the governor. So we're on the fast track to get this thing resolved as quickly as possible. So
Thank you, Phil. Mike Jaminski.
So we are a consumer protection board, and to the extent that it sounds like this bill, if this amendment does not proceed, there could be an increased cost to consumers that are passed on from contractors for increasing the bond amount. So if this would preclude that, it could be an opportunity to support.
Make sure I'm hearing correctly. The amendments in print, or that was amended, can you please restate those amendments where the consumer bond will not? So my understanding, just from reading the material, $25,000 bond and purchase. The legal fees will not be part of the bond payment if it goes out to, that's the whole bond bill we're talking about, correct?
So the way this amendment that the attorneys accepted reads that the $25,000 cap is what will be determined, period. So let's say, for example, a homeowner collects $15,000 on that bond. That would leave a $10,000 that the attorney, if there was an attorney involved, that could collect on that. But the $25,000 is an absolute number. That's all that can be collected on.
John?
And I think if the question is what amendment has been made, originally this was presented to the board and resulted in our position without fees being included either within the bond or outside of the bond. And at the request and objection or concern raised by some attorney associations, the amendment was made so that, and again, this addresses whether or not there would be an incentive to make payouts within the bond amount if there's no fee exposure. The amendment was made so that fees could be included, but there is a hard cap.
Correct.
On recovery against a bonding company of the bond amount.
Correct.
And the hard cap being $25,000.
Correct.
Or the bond amount.
For the bond
I mean,
amount,
there's
so.
50s and 100s, so.
Yeah.
So on a claim of $25,000 or less, this lowers the amount available for a consumer?
No.
That's not my understanding.
No, that
so
isn't.
if there's a $15,000 claim, assuming it's within the bond, it's paid up to the bond. If there were then costs in, let's say, $30,000, the consumer would be left going after the licensee for the extra 10, but the 25 of the bond is still at risk.
So the maximum can be collected is $25,000, period. So if there's any, after the homeowner takes first precedent. So if they take $25,000, then the attorney is out of luck. If there is, again, like I said before, $15,000 a homeowner collects, then the attorney could collect up to $10,000 to that $25,000 cap.
Your clarification that the homeowner takes first precedent. cleared it
Yes,
up for me, so thank you.
absolutely.
Yep.
All right, thank you. So with that, was there a new staff recommendation or?
Did you want it?
Yeah, this is Dave Fote. I think the staff recommendation is to support this bill, but not to be a co-sponsor of the bill, but to support it.
So what I heard, so in the print, it's staff recommendation neutral. Obviously, this print was printed back in April. There were some amendments made. The new staff recommendation is to support this bill as presented in writing and not to be a co-sponsor currently. Is there any question from the board members? Question?
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to make the motion to go with staff recommendation to support this bill.
Is there any other public comment on this bill? Sounds like seeing none in the room. I heard a motion.
I'll second.
Second by Steve Pinelli, motion by Joel Barton to support this particular bill. Can we get a roll call?
Diana Love. Joel Barton.
Aye.
Rodney Cobos, excused absence. David Delatorre.
Aye.
Miguel Galarza. Amanda Gallo. Susan Granzella. Alan Guy. Jacob Lopez. Michael Mark. Henry Nutt. Steve Pinelli. Jim Ruane. And Mary Tykert. Motion passes.
All right, should we move on with legislation, or do we want to go back to that enforcement item? What is the wishes of the chair, Chair Love?
I think
Is the speaker ready?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll turn it back over to Jim Ruane.
All right, thank you, Chair Love. Once again, I'm Jim Ruane, the Chair of the Enforcement Division. The next item on the enforcement agenda is E2, review and discussion regarding unlicensed developers. This section begins on page 199 of your packet. At the request of Board Member Jacob Lopez, Board Chair Diana Love approved this agenda item to discuss construction industry concerns regarding license requirements for commercial developers constructing multifamily mixed-use projects. For background, Business and Professional Code Section 7044 provides a license exemption for property owners making their own improvements under specified circumstances. The applicable commercial developer license exemption for this agenda item would be a developer contracting with a License B general building contractor to perform the work. Ensuring the contractor is licensed is extremely important to CSLB as a public protection measure. And it is very important to labor groups in the state building trades because of worker protections found in Labor Code Section 218.7 that holds both a general contractor and a subcontractor liable for unpaid wages for commercial projects, similar to what is found in the arena of public works. Enforcement Chief Steve Grove will report on a recent inspection of a commercial project to determine if the developer is acting in the capacity of a contractor without the required license. But first, I will turn it over to Patty McCarron, Director of Operations for Carpenters Contractors Cooperation Committee, Inc. Ms. McCarron has recently informed the board that her organization has noticed an increase in unlicensed developers using unscrupulous tactics to get around state labor laws, put in place to protect workers, communities, and law-abiding contractors. Director McCarron would also like to share recommended strategies for enforcement collaboration. I'll now turn it over to Patty McCarron. Ms. Karen.
I'd like to say thank you for having me here today. Really quick, let me just ask a question. How many people will work for free? Hands? Well, unfortunately, this is happening every day in the construction industry. And the Carpenters Contractors Cooperation Committee, the Quad C, we're fighting wage theft every day in the construction industry. So examples of wage theft, just so everybody has background, being paid less than the minimum wage, not receiving agreed upon wages. This includes overtime, piece rate, and regular wages, not being allowed to take meal breaks, rest breaks, and/or preventative cool-down breaks. And we all know how hot it gets in the summer. It's imperative. Having unauthorized deductions from their paychecks, bounced paychecks, not receiving final wages in a timely manner, not receiving reporting time pay, so that's roll up and roll out, not accruing or not allowed to use the paid sick time mandated by the state of California, and failing to be reimbursed for business expenses. And all of these are from the Labor Commissioner's website. So how does this affect you? Well, it affects all of us because the losses to our communities are astounding. At least $2 billion annually is stolen from workers in California. $2 billion. 1 out of 6 California construction workers are employed informally. And 8.4 billion in taxes are lost from the construction industry tax fraud. So that everything contributes to the underground economy. And this is what we're trying to prevent, all of us here. So challenges in the industry, what we found recently is that unlicensed contractors and developers operating as general contractors without a license. So it's disheartening to go onto these jobs. I haven't gone on to them personally, but our reps report, and we see pictures of these jobs. They're dirty, they're dangerous, and there's nobody that's holding these people accountable. So we're looking forward to partnering with you and taking care of these issues. So the Quad C enforcement efforts have resulted in contractors being assessed penalties, including multi-million-dollar assessments, debarred from public works, licenses suspended or revoked, criminal charges against multiple individuals, and many other items. We recently turned a case over to the Attorney General's office, West Coast Drywall and Paint. They had over 7,000 workers that had not been paid properly, were not paid their wages, overtime, rest breaks. And so the Attorney General is looking into it, and he's taking all of this very seriously. So we really appreciate that. We've helped create a more level playing field, which creates more work opportunities for responsible contractors. The enforcement efforts, we go out and we monitor job sites and conduct house calls to educate workers. We gather information, identify schemes, and prepare cases. We package the cases with supporting information and submit them to enforcement agencies, such as the AG's office, Labor Commissioner's office. We maintain contact with the workers throughout the investigative process. And then there's a new thing recently that we can actually sue on behalf of workers to get their wages back, and that's the 1701 law. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. But we provide assistance to the enforcement agency investigators every step of the way, whatever they need. So the background on 1701, there was a problem with subcontractors that cannot or will not pay the wages and hours laws. So while employees can sue the subcontractor, employees have no remedy when the subcontractor is bankrupt or unwilling to pay. So the remedy was passing the Labor Code 218.7 and 218.8. And both of those statutes authorize suits against the general contractor and subcontractor for wage debts of its subcontractor. So I'll just touch briefly on the basics here. It applies only to private projects, and the types of contract covered are erection, construction, alteration, or repair of building, structure, or other private work. And this is going on with all of the multifamily housing that's being put up. And, you know, we have this housing crisis in California, and there are people that are taking advantage of this. And so it's squeezing out the responsible contractors from some of these projects, and we need to help them. So the civil enforcement, so there are 3 parties authorized to enforce AB 1701. The Labor Commissioner, Employee Benefits Plans, and Joint Labor Management Cooperation Committees. And the Quad C is a Joint Labor Management Cooperation Committee. We can sue subcontractors at any tier for wages owed to their employees, and we can sue general contractors for any such wage debts of some subcontractor employees. So what's happened in the past is that generals know that subs are bad, and they'll hire them because who's going to stop them, right? And so now it's holding everybody accountable, and this is really good for all of us. And it's good for the responsible contractors. So the rights and remedies, the items recoverable, we can get the unpaid wages through such committees such as us, and also people seeking the fringe benefits under SB 27, so that's section 218.8. And let's see, the labor commissioner can also sue for unpaid wages. Employee benefits can sue also. And in closing, we're looking forward to partnering with you. And I watched yesterday, and it was really, it was great to see you guys talking about how you want to use the boots on the ground people to help you find these unscrupulous contractors. And if you could have seen me yesterday, I was clapping and cheering, right? So I think that that's great. We would love to work with you. And we're going to continue to fight wage theft, and we can do it together, and we can help our communities because we need those libraries, those schools, the hospitals built, right? And we need to know that everything's being built properly with skilled labor. So we look forward to working with you guys, and that's it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. McCarron.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, I'll ask Enforcement Chief Steve Grove to provide an update on the related investigation being conducted by the SWIFT unit. Steve.
Thank you, Chair Ruane. After receiving the lead recently from Ms. McCarron, we assigned it to one of our Southern SWIFT investigators who coordinated a job site visit with their EDD partner that took place on Tuesday, April 9th. Preliminary investigation determined that a building permit had been obtained and a licensed contractor is responsible for the project. However, a stop order was issued for a potential workers' comp violation, and further investigation is being conducted.
Thank you for the update, Steve. This is an informational item only. No action is required of the board. Are there any comments from board members? Miguel? Microphone.
Just a quick question. How does PAGA fit into this? And I'm not sure how the numbers of legislation, if one of those is PAGA.
No, PAGA is different. So that's where the employees can join together.
Can you turn your mic on?
Sorry. So PAGA is different. PAGA is where the employees get an attorney and they can sue the subcontractor directly. What we're doing is using the Assembly Bill 1701 to sue on behalf of the workers. So essentially, the workers end up paying, if they get the money, they'll end up paying the attorneys. And with us, they don't have to pay. They wouldn't have to pay the Labor Commissioner's office. We don't get a cut.
Any other board member questions or comments?
Through the chair, I noticed in the PowerPoint, it's mentioned private. Does AB 1701 only apply to private sector or both public and private?
It only applies to private.
Okay.
Yeah, there's another bill, a statute that applies to the public works, but.
Do you happen to know what that is offhand?
I could get it for you. I don't want to say the wrong number.
Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Michael?
Thank you. Yes, I know the issue was multifamily developers, unlicensed contracting. I am also seeing that same issue in the subcontracting realm, very, very much so. So for, let's say, service of a water heater, a owner of multiple development properties is actually self-performing that work when they should have probably a proper license. So no, I agree with what you're bringing up before us today. Thank you.
Any other board questions or comments? Robin, anything from the public?
I don't see anything, no.
Thank you. This concludes the enforcement items on the agenda. Thank you, Chair Love.
I'll turn it back over to Vice Chair Mark to finish legislation.
Thank you, Chair Love. So next up on our list should be AB 2993. Please move to page 223 of the packet. This bill makes two primary changes to the home improvement contract requirements as follows. Number one, existing law provides consumers 3 days to cancel a home improvement contract or 5 days if they are over 65. This bill would change these periods to from 5 to 7 days respectively. Existing law precludes a contractor from receiving payment for work not performed or materials not delivered, whether that payment is from an owner or third-party lender. This bill would make it additionally clear that a contractor cannot accept full payment from a finance lender until a homeowner confirms 3 things. Number one, the project is complete according to the contract. Number 2, there is a final approval for permit requirements. And number 3, the home improvement is operational. Moving to page 224, there is information on staff recommendation of support for the reasons described in the packet on page 224. Is there any board member comments or questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So are we stating that we are now going to make it where a finance company has to get contact to the homeowner that the project's been completed, instead of requesting from the person asking for the funds to actually provide a signed and completed permit that would show that it's been done and it is completed? My thing is, why are we going to that step instead of saying, have them provide the documentation to that person that's paying, the third party, instead of having the homeowner saying it's been completed?
Yeah, thank you. If I could comment on that, this is really focused on solar. Well, certainly a lot of solar participants here. The existing law as it relates to our licensees is you need to get a permit, you need to get the permit signed off. And until you've done that, that job is not deemed to be complete. One of the issues with solar and other type of green projects is you have lenders that are paying the contractor directly. It's not going through the consumer. And so this is an effort to have the lenders be part of the solution, to have them confirm that the job is complete. It was actually done, that a permit was obtained and signed off, and that the system is functional. So it's really, we already have jurisdiction here at CSLB to hold the contractor accountable for all 3 of those. But this is looking at the lender and saying, lender, you need to do a better job of making sure that this has been completed before you pay that contractor in full. And then we have a consumer paying on a loan for a system that they don't have.
Okay, I understand that. I guess my point is, if the permit's in place, and we're saying that the consumer has to make sure that the permit's been completed and signed off, wouldn't that state that everything's operational and working correctly? Because even like with solar, put panels on there, you don't know it's operational and working until a few days after you put it up, maybe a week, maybe a month after you get your bill and see that it's offsetting. But if you have an inspector that's going out there on a permit and signing off on that permit, that's telling me that it's been completed and it's done. I don't think it's the homeowner's responsibility to actually respond to a lender saying, yes, it's been completed and it's completed. We're depending, as a homeowner, I had solar put on my house, I'm depending on the inspector to say everything's been completed and done. I have no clue. I'm not a solar expert, per se. I'm sure dependent on that. I don't think the homeowner should be the one saying, yes, it's been done, it's been completed.
Yeah, so that's a possible amendment. Mike Spadinsky, I had a meeting with the author's office, and that could be a good amendment, that verification the permit was signed off is provided by the contractor to the lender. I think their intent is just to make sure that they have evidence of it. So that could be something we follow up with the author's office on.
And obviously, just like what we heard earlier today, there was a finance company that paid a contractor in full without actually the work being performed at all. So this is kind of a fix to that situation. So Mike, do you have any other comments on the amendments that Steve was actually proposing?
Yeah, so I don't, I might have misunderstood Mr. Pinelli, but I don't think the homeowner is confirming anything to the finance company. I think this precludes the contractor from taking final payment from the finance company unless the homeowner, and this does place a burden on the homeowner, right? Not a burden. It would provide that the homeowner confirm in writing that the project is complete according to the contract, that there is final approval, which is the part I think you're asking about. The consumer would need to provide written confirmation that final approval has occurred from the building department and that the home improvement is operational. And they didn't define the word operational. And I will say generally for this board, generally while we're speaking about solar, this is going into the home improvement contract section of our laws. So it would apply to any home improvement contract construction, which includes solar, but anything else that meets the definition of home improvement.
The reason why I was saying is, what I'm reading right here is the comments, and it says, full payment from finance lender if the contractor did not receive written confirmation from the homeowner that the project is completed, permitted, and functional. Well, it's from the homeowner. You're asking for confirmation from the homeowner. They don't know if it's completed or done. I have no idea. They're on my roof. They're putting up 2 panels. There's a put up 40. I can't see it. It's up on my roof. I'm not going up there to confirm it. I see a battery or whatever is collecting that solar and working. Therefore, I'm waiting on the inspector to actually tell me that that's exactly what they're supposed to be doing in the plans. So I think that part of saying that it's confirmed by the homeowner, I mean, payment, permit, it's already there. I think getting the homeowner involved, saying that they're confirming that it's been completed without knowing if it's done correctly. I can put you into a bathroom and say everything's done correctly. You look at it and see it's all right. You sign off and say it's all good. You go to flush the toilet, it doesn't work. Why isn't it working? I don't know. The inspector hasn't signed off on it yet, though. You're getting to a point of where you're putting the onus on the homeowner to say it's been done and it's correct. I don't like that. I like putting it on the inspector and the contractor. Their job is to put it and install it. The inspector's there to inspect it and say it's been done correctly. The homeowner's there to actually have the benefits of paying for it and saying that it's done correctly. I think having them signing off on it makes them liable as well. Well, you signed off on it, you said it was good. You owe us this money. We put the money up for you as a third party, you said it's all good, now you gotta pay for it when it's not done correctly. So I think that's the one thing I don't agree with.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stephen. It's always making sure the notice of completion, permit's actually done, that's completion of work. I think what Dave just said is we can obviously talk with make sure what they're saying is completion actually means completion, including, it could be tandem. Homeowner signs off with the actual notice of completion permit sign. That could be something within.
So through the chair, sorry. Just to be clear, when I have people that call me at my office, and this is what I do for a living, right? I'm the chief plumbing inspector in San Francisco. I do the mechanical, I do the sprinklers, everything. Homeowners, commercial, everything. And when I get the phone call from homeowners asking me what my steps are, meaning when do they do this and that, I always tell them, don't finish payment, don't do anything until you see all the permits have been accepted, everything's been signed off, and it's all been completed. You want to make sure that that signature is there that shows it's completed. Because at that point, everything's been inspected, it's been done. What I don't want is somebody saying, oh yeah, it looks good and everything's done, and it hasn't been completed yet, and then they find out a year later when they go to sell their home that the permits haven't been done. So Ben, you got to kind of go the other way. You're asking for a license, you're asking for a permit. Let's put it on them to actually get it signed off and done, therefore showing it's complete. So I think third party has to look for that permit to make sure that it's done, not the homeowners.
So this is what is there any public comment left on this item? Oh.
Yeah, and Steve, just so I was involved in the discussion, I think that's the point, is that the lender, he wants to start getting paid, and he's not asking the homeowner, he's asking the contractor, and the contractors, the homeowner has no clue that he's not coming back because he's been paid 100%. He's gone. He doesn't care about the inspection. He doesn't care about anything else anymore. he's gotten paid in full.
But I think that's between the lender, the installer. The homeowner shouldn't have to take care of anything and pay anything if it's not been completed and hasn't been signed off. So if there isn't proof of a signed permit that has been inspected and completed, the homeowner shouldn't be put liable for that. Because you could call somebody up right now and says, has it been done? They say yes. They don't know. You put one panel up. Has it been done? Yeah, sure.
No, I think that's the point, is that they're not asking.
I think it's on the lender to turn around, to make it work.
Turn off the mic. Turn off your mic.
I think to make it work is more of making the lender to see a completed permit that shows that it's been signed off. On them, not on the homeowner to provide that.
So I have board member comments.
Sorry.
Tyker?
Yeah, I think to me, the compelling part of this is that the homeowner's in the chain of it hasn't been done. Because we heard from enforcement this morning about people getting paid for work that was never done. So to your point, Steve, it's certainly possible somebody wouldn't fully understand their own system, but it's also 100% likely that if no work got done, they know. So having this issue where lenders pay out on projects that never happened, I think is something that sounds to me like it's being addressed here. So that's the part that seems compelling.
Okay, Chair Love, thank you.
To move us along, I'm hoping we can work with some amendments and work with Steve, but I want to make a comment about what your concerns are. And I want to make the comment from a consumer point of view, not on solar, because this talks about home improvement. We had personally work done, the permit in place, the permit was not signed off on, and the lender was paid in full. I support, in those circumstances of home improvement, going back to the customer, seeing if the customer is satisfied, because that has happened to more than once, and for several people that I have heard from for this type of thing that is going on. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I think this discussion is very healthy. Obviously, Steve, by being a building inspector, he understands, and perfect case is what Chair Love just stated, was the permit was not signed off and that it was paid in full. So I will, any other public comments? We have a public comment. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Randy Williamson. One thing about, in particular, solar can be done and installed, but it doesn't necessarily get commissioned by the utility until days or weeks later, because it has to be put on a schedule. So the homeowner won't know that it's actually functioning properly until it's integrated. So to ask the homeowner, they wouldn't know.
Thank you for that comment. State your name.
Thank you. My name is Megan Stimler. I am a C46 contractor with my family's solar company. I take care of probably a lot of hats: permits, financing, customer relations, sales, you name it. I've done a little bit of all of it. I have worked with numerous financing companies in the last 11 to 12 years that require a final permit. I don't get paid unless I prove the work was done. So I really don't know what you guys are talking about I've done my own loans for my own houses. I have to have proof. I have one loan that makes me show a 23-page photo document of installation, plus a final permit, plus full set of plans, plus, you name it. It is probably, the documents required is about 15 different documents, plus 23 pages of photographic proof to get payment and permission to operate from PG&E. So it's a long road. And for you to say to put this on the homeowner, if I do my job and the homeowner goes, I don't like it, that is not fair to us as a contractor at all. It's not okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other public comment? A lot of healthy discussion. Is there a motion on the floor to support, and from what I hear, some amendments, including making sure it's permit?
I don't know how to make this motion work, but just from what I hear from that comment, maybe a way to incorporate where we require finance payment, third-party payment to actually have to accompany a final permit before payment is received to the contractors. Like the young lady said, they can't get paid unless they show a signed-off permit. I think if we put it with the homeowners, you're gonna have homeowners, contractors, if they don't agree with each other, if there's an argument about something, or they just don't like them, or the last whatever amount, whatever it is, they can always say, oh, no, it's not done correctly, so you're gonna have that battle, and it can go for months to years. And that's not fair to the contractors that are doing the job and having it inspected and having it completed. So I think we gotta put it on, again, back to the permit process and having that inspected. You're asking for a license, we're asking for a permit, we're asking for inspection, it has to be completed. Now, if the finance company does not see completed permits, therefore they shouldn't be making the payment. So I think we gotta put it on them. I don't know how to put that in. John, maybe you can help me out here, the way to put it out there, but to make it where we put it on the finance to actually see and make payment only when you have completed permits, is what I'm trying to say. And keep the homeowner and the contract, whatever, out of it, because it's been completed, it's done correctly.
I am not completely familiar with the bill, but I can tell you that my understanding is adding a layer of protection, not taking anything from what's existing now. It's to avoid the instances where financing is made and unscrupulous contractors are paid in full without providing a service to a homeowner. This adds a layer of protection where the homeowner looks up and says, there is a panel. But to your question on how to resolve disputes between the parties.
But they're making payment for something that's not completed. That's between the financer and the company. If, I'm gonna use solar because I see a few of them here. If this gentleman here is getting paid by Steve Pinelli's bank because he came in and proposed it and I pay him, but it hasn't been completed and he doesn't show me anything that's been completed and I made the payment anyway, that's bad on me, not the homeowner. I shouldn't be going after the homeowner for that payment because it hasn't been completed.
The homeowner is stuck with an obligation to a lender without having received any benefit.
Is there a way we can make that?
Well, that's-
That says it has to be with a completed permit? Is there a way to make that amendment?
I think that's what this bill is trying to accomplish. So what I heard, just from the discussion, correct me if I'm wrong, was looking for a support motion with amendments of making sure it's clear that a permit is final. And that's what I heard, but there was a question, if Steve, if that's what you're looking for, there's a question to legal of helping to make a motion to reflect that.
You can make a motion to oppose unless amended or to support with an amendment.
That's what he was asking, with that amendment of.
But I'm not sure what amendment you're seeking.
Well, Steve, would it be possible if you work with staff on the amendment? You have so much experience with this. You know, I would just, from a staff perspective, say we would support with the amendment that will work out with you.
100%.
Okay, so that would.
Because I think
That
I
would be
hear
great.
what everybody over here is putting their heads up and down, saying they want to see something different, so.
All right.
Yeah,
We do that?
I look forward to doing that. That would be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a motion by
So
David
moved.
De La Torre, second by Steve.
We just need a motion.
So any other public comment? The motion on the floor is to support with amendments working with Steve Pinelli regarding the permit issue of notice of completion. Can we get a roll call?
Diana Love. Joel Barton.
Aye.
Rodney Cobos, excused absence. David Delatorre.
Aye.
Miguel Galarza. Amanda Gallo. Susan Granzella. Alan Guy. Jacob Lopez. Michael Mark.
Aye.
Henry Nutt.
Aye.
Steve Pinelli. Jim Ruane. And Mary Tykert. Motion passes.
Sounds like motion passes.
Yes.
Okay, moving on, we're gonna hear this next item and then take a break before our last item next. So then the next bill is SB 1071 Dodd. We are now on page 225 of your packet. The bill relates to workers' compensation insurance as a condition of having a contractor's license. Existing law requires C8 concrete, C20 HVAC, C22 asbestos abatement, C39 roofing, and D49 tree service contractors have a certificate of workers' comp insurance with CSLB regardless of whether they have employees. Existing law will extend that requirement to all contractors by 2026. These requirements were put in place by SB 216 in 2022, a bill sponsored by CSLB. This current bill, SB 1071, would withdraw these requirements and allow a contractor without employees to file an exemption from workers' compensation with CSLB. This would restore the law to how it was before SB 216 was in place, and also additionally remove a requirement for workers' compensation that has been in place for roofers since 2012. Chair Love appointed a two-person advisory committee to consider possible alternatives. The advisory committee consists of Miguel Galarza and myself. We had a discussion with a lot of stakeholders last week. At that point in time, I will ask David Gonzalez, public commenter, to please come up and speak a little bit on this, if there's any new amendments or changes that's in print.
Thank you, Chair, members. David Gonzalez from State Senator Bill Dodd's office. We appreciate the effort that the board has made and specific board members have made to help with this bill. It's our hope to continue working on this, as that is the way the legislative process works. We think we can find that proverbial sweet spot here where everybody is happy or probably not happy. With that, I want to thank you for giving me a chance to speak, and hopefully we can go that way.
So just make sure I'm clear, everything happens very fast in legislation. Is there any new print than what was, is it still exempt in its entirety? What are we talking about here? Is there any new language?
It's still in the form that you see it now.
Okay.
And again, that was kind of the first version of the language. So we're considering amendments that were discussed in the ad hoc committee with a number of board members and working with stakeholders from both sides of the issue to, again, try to come up with that sweet spot.
Okay, thank you. I will say that I myself and Miguel, we had a great meeting, a stakeholder meeting. There was a lot of discussion back and forth between stakeholders and yourself. Thank you for being present. I think right now, before I move forward, Miguel, do you have any other comments on that stakeholder meeting?
Yeah, there were a significant amount of passionate people, especially those that spent a lot of time working with Senator Dodd several years ago to incorporate this legislation and to ensure that that the public was protected and that the contractors were doing their due diligence to protect their employees. So there's a clear concern of the existing contractors that have worked hard to develop this legislation, that it's all for naught. So I know that the senator is working hard to incorporate those strong comments to the senator, and I think the committees can continue to look forward to seeing what amendments you have.
Agreed, thank you. So currently, as written, the bill is opposed, or staff recommendation is opposed unless amended. Is there any other board comment on this particular bill? So again, I believe that the stakeholder two-person advisory committee would continue to try to work with the senator's office, but right now it's the bill is staff recommendation is opposed as amended. Is there any other public comment on this particular item? Do I have a motion? So one public commenter. Please state your name.
Ernesto Macias with West Coast Arborists. We work hard. We work behind so many scenes here to get this initial bill passed, and we strongly oppose reversing it and going back to what it was. In the tree trimming industry, there's no way you can perform tree trimming work as a one-person job. There's three issues that real big concerns that we see in them. Two of them may not concern the CSLB, which would be an employee getting hurt, him being left out in the cold to go get his injury looked at, no TTD benefits come in for his family, what's going to happen there? That may then be control of CSLB. The second issue would be the workers' comp premium fraud that was taking place. So they're claiming non-exempt, they get workers out there not paying workers' comp. Whether it's through the state fund or through private carriers, there's fraud that's taking place and premiums are not being paid. And the one issue that is in the CSLB hand is for the consumers. So you got a person out there that gets hurt on the job, he's not going to get taken care of because he has no coverage. So what are they going to go do? They're going to go sue the homeowner. And then the homeowner is going to get stuck with the bill. You have to go through the homeowner insurance. Homeowner insurance is going to drop them. That's taking place everywhere in California. We don't need to add one more additional thing for homeowners to get dropped on their insurance. And then if they don't get covered, the homeowner's going to have to take out loans and whatnot to get that employee paid or that person paid and to get covered on those medical and burial bills and whatnot. That's going to be taking place. So we strongly oppose for any amendment to take place, stay status quo, what we already have out there. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I do appreciate Senator Dodd's office for originally bringing the initial bill, because it really is tackling an issue of the underground economy and making sure there's a more even playing field for the Law-Abiding Contractors Act that have employees and are paying workers' compensation. Is there any other questions from the board members?
Thank you, Chairman Mark. Yeah, I would like to make a motion to completely oppose it based on public comment, because when I looked at the graph here, and like over 50% don't have employees, not that I'm distrustful, but come on, 50%, I think we should oppose the bill.
De La Torre?
Well, I was going to comment the same thing. It was they showed a graph, a pie, and over 50% had exemptions. I'm reading this, and they're saying, what is it, 8%? They've seen a decline of 8%. Well, those are 8% probably are the bad actors anyway. So, yeah, I oppose any changes to the current legislation.
Is there any other board? Senator Dodd's office.
I appreciate the comments that the members of the board have made. As it is early in the process, I mean, we haven't had the first committee hearing on the bill. We hope that you would give us the opportunity to continue to work with both sides of this issue to try to come up with that sweet spot to try to make this a better situation than it is. You know, we heard in our ad hoc committee meeting a number of folks who were concerned. There was an 80-year-old gentleman who currently only switches out filters on an HVAC system in a building. He's going to have to retire, although he's 80 years old. He's going to have to retire because the cost of the workers' comp insurance is too much for him to really take on. He only brings in $45,000 a year. Now, I don't know that we're going to be able to impact the 4 contractor groups that are already subject to the bill, the July 1, 2023 implementation. So maybe looking forward, again, it's early in the process, and we'd love to be able to continue working with you and the other members of the board to figure this out.
Registered vote.
Yeah, kind of like the Carrillo bill, if, there's a motion, I think, on the floor just to outright, oppose. And I'm not, suggesting that you would oppose unless amended. I just want to put on the record that it wasn't a staff recommendation at this time because we don't have an amendment to recommend. So not having that, we can't go that direction. I guess I'm just looking for a little direction from the board. Totally respect the motion that's out on the floor, but we would, from a staff perspective, appreciate continuing to work with Senator Dodd's office. He's been a real strong supporter of us, and just see if there is something possibly that could be worked out later. But at this point, staff is not recommending oppose with an amendment to be amended because we don't have an amendment, so it would just be opposed.
Thank you for that clarification. And obviously, Chair Love did set up a 2-person advisory committee of myself and Miguel, and as even if we do oppose, we could still work with the senator's offices to actually possibly bring an amendment back to the board. So I apologize. The clarification is, and the friendly amendment was, there's no amendments. It's straight up motion to oppose and a proper second. So, any questions from the board?
One statement was, seems like we're putting everybody into one general basket, and it's case by case. You have one person that's 80 years old that's doing filters, and it's $45,000 he makes a year. Then you have one person that's doing tree trimming that's making $10 million a year, and he only has one employee. You can't put them all in one basket, and that's kind of why I'm in agreement and seconding the opposal, because I just don't see how you do that. It seems like it's a case by case, and until you get to that point, I don't think it's going to work.
If I may, Chair, respond. During our discussions with board members in the ad hoc, there was discussion about possibly putting a limit. Any contract over $10,000, I'm just throwing out a number, would be subject to it. But below that, perhaps you could do something for those folks.
Any other questions or comments from the public?
David, were there any other potential amendments that you can share with our board today?
Thank you, Chair Garza. There are, Galarza, there's a number of other issues we're looking at. So a person who requests to be exempted from the law could perhaps file an affidavit stating that and agree to be subject to an audit done by the board or whomever the board identifies to do such an audit. There could be penalties for someone found to be in violation of the law, real penalties, not something that can be waived by an administrative law judge or other. I mean, we're talking $10,000, $20,000 penalties first time right away. Just as an incentive, the board is giving the contractor the opportunity to continue working as they have, in this case, if they have no employees, and hopefully folks won't take advantage of that. But if they do, there's severe penalties to address that.
Yeah, and I remember some of those possible ideas was spoken at our ad hoc committee, and there wasn't too much discussion on that but I think per recommendation from Registrar vote would be staff recommendation is opposed currently. We still have a two-person ad hoc committee where we could try to see what kind of possible amendments would be in writing and then bring that back before the full board. Is that what I'm hearing?
When is the next meeting of this board for that to be considered?
Well, we may well need to have another ledge committee meeting in, say, May, was a thought, but our next full quarterly board meeting would be June 12th and 13th.
Chairman Mark called the question and then debate and vote on the motion.
Thank you. See no other public comment? No other board comment? A roll call, please.
Before I start, the motion is to oppose outright.
Motion is to oppose outright, but we still have a two-person ad hoc committee that could propose amendments. We don't have official amendments to present to the board currently.
Okay,
So oppose as written.
Okay. Diana Love. Joel Barton.
Aye.
Rodney Cobos. Excuse absence. David Delatorre.
Aye.
Miguel Galarza. Amanda Gallo. Susan Granzella. Alan Guy. Jacob Lopez. Michael Mark.
Aye.
Henry Nutt.
Aye.
Steve Pinelli. Jim Ruane. And Mary Tykert. Motion passes.
Thank you. We are going to take a 30-minute break and be back here at 12:20.
We're going to take roll call at this moment.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call roll, and I would ask that when you acknowledge if you're here, if you'll be able to stay until 5 p.m., starting with Joel Barton.
Here.
Jacob Lopez.
Here.
Diana Love.
Here.
Michael Mark.
Here.
Henry Nutt.
Here.
Steve Pinelli, believe that he has an excused absence. James Ruane.
Here.
Mary has an excused absence. Alan Guy.
Here.
Susan Granzella.
Here.
Amanda Gallo. And Miguel has an excused absence. So I count 10 board members that'll be here. David Delatorre, did I miss you? Sorry. Here, excellent, okay. Obviously, we needed a Robin to call this roll. That's okay. Yeah.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn the items back to Chair Mark for legislation.
Thank you, Board Chair Love. So our next item is agenda item G2. We're going to table this item until possibly at the end of the agenda. If not, we will move this to our next board meeting. So we're tabling agenda item G2. We're going to move to page 231, agenda item G3. So turning to page 231, 232, 231, 232, and 233. So 233. Review, discussion, and possible action on comments received during the 45-day comment period regarding previously board-approved proposed rulemaking to amend Title 16, California Code of Regulations, Section 810, 832.10, and 832.46. Definitions: Class C10 electrical contractor and Class C46 solar contractor. We have now reached an item that many people here today wish to discuss. For newer members on the board, I'd like to provide some background. Staff have discussed this issue at public meetings for more than 8 years. It first came up in 2016 in a question from industry about the appropriate license classifications to install battery energy storage systems, which are also sometimes called BESS, B-E-S-S for short. In 2016, and in response to the specific public inquiry, the CSLB Enforcement Division concluded that electrical contractors should install BESS. Later, the CSLB registrar at the time noted that a C10 or an A general engineering contractor may install BESS. Then, between 2017 and present day, CSLB staff have consistently responded to specific inquiries that the C46 solar contractor classification may only install battery energy storage system if it is installed at the same time as a solar energy system. Staff has also stated the classification does not include a standalone contract for a BESS or retrofitting an existing solar system with a BESS, as these are contracts for a separate electrical system. These views were eventually challenged, and CSLB contracted with UC Berkeley to study several different options for amending CSLB regulations to address BESS. The UC Berkeley report, among other things, concluded C46 solar contractors should not install BESS at all. After UC Berkeley presented its findings at the July 27, 2021 board meeting, the board voted to rescind the informal staff interpretations that a C46 solar contractor can install BESS at the same time as a PV system. This vote led to a lawsuit against the board for not following the rulemaking process. The board then resolved to follow the regulatory rulemaking process, which brings us here today. At the November 2021 board meeting, staff proposed regulatory language to the board that would do what UC Berkeley recommended. Completely prohibit C46 solar contractors from installing BESS. The board rejected that proposal and asked staff to continue working with stakeholders. Staff did a lot of work with experts in the industry on both sides to reach a middle ground and presented preliminary findings at the March 2022 board meeting. The board reviewed staff findings, preliminary findings, and directed staff to consult with an expert to arrive at a kilowatt hour, short for kWh, threshold above what would no longer be appropriate for a C46 to install a BESS. Staff did additional research, published an additional study, and proposed that a C46 can install BESS at the same time as a PV system if the BESS does not exceed 80 kilowatt hours. At its June 16, 2022 public meeting, the board approved staff to start the regulations process to amend the scope of the C46 solar contractor classification regulation to do the following. State that BESS is not part of a PV system. Provide that a C46 solar contractor may install BESS at the same time they are installing a PV system if the BESS to be installed does not exceed 80 kilowatt hours. This is the proposal that is being finalized today. After the board first approved this proposal on June 16, 2022, staff initially filed the rulemaking with the Office of Administrative Law, OAL for short, which triggered the 45-day public comment period between June 16, 2023 and August 3, 2023. Staff received 975 public comments, which are summarized and responded to in pages 235 through 295 of today's packet. I would like to make an extraordinary clear that the items for discussion today is whether the board, by majority of vote, approves of the responses to written comments that are in the packets between pages 235 and 295, and authorize the registrar to finalize and submit the proposed rule to the OAL, Office of Administrative Law, for its review and final approval. Staff are not proposing modifying the regulation, leaving the board with the two options as described in the agenda: to withdraw the rulemaking or approve the staff recommendation. The board may still vote to modify the proposal if it finds an alternative is preferable, but as a practical matter, this is not enough time to modify the proposal before the June 16, 2024 deadline for the board to finalize the current rulemaking. So if the board would like to modify the current proposal, it can do so, but they will likely involve starting a whole new regulation process. If the board approves the staff recommendation, staff will plan to submit the final rulemaking documents to OAL, and if OAL finds the board's documents comply with all the requirements, the regulation will be approved and become effective on October 1st, 2024 or earlier. With that, I will note that Attorney Ryan Marcroft is here at the table to help answer any legal questions, along with Elizabeth Olson. Before we go to public comment, I will note that we are providing a very strict 3 minutes per commenter given the large number of speakers today wishing to speak on this item. We do ask that you kindly consider not repeating comments by others to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. There's a timer on the wall to my right that will restart at 3 minutes. The staff recommendation is to consider and approve the responses drafted to address public comments received during the 45-day comment period on the board's proposed regulation related to definitions Class C10 electrical contractor, Class C46 solar contractor, and authorize the registrar to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations, Section 810, Section 832.10, and Section 832.46 as noticed. So do I have a motion to accept the staff recommendation and authorize final rulemaking? And maybe if it's, I have a commenter from the board, Barton.
Oh, you were asking for a motion, so I was going to submit the motion.
Hang on one second. So, just for clarification, there is on page 234, it says that accept the staff recommendation. And then the full motion that is, that staff recommends would be, and I'll repeat the motion. Motion to approve the responses drafted to address public comments. There was some background talking in the back. Can you please be quiet? Motion to approve the responses drafted to the address public comments during the 45-day comment period on the board's proposed regulation related to definitions, Class C10 electrical contractor and Class C46 solar contractor. Approve the amended regulations and authorize the registrar to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations as sections 810, 832.10, and 832.46 as noted. That is the requested staff motion. Is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion to approve the recommendation of staff.
So I have a motion by Joel Barton to approve the staff recommended motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Henry Nutt. Are there any board comments or questions before we take it to public comment? Seeing none, I would like to make sure we're going to open up to public comment before we take our vote. So this is what I'm asking for. Mike Jaminski, can you identify which staff is helping with public comments so we can keep this orderly? Is it Robin, are you helping with public comment?
Sure.
Okay, so first up to the podium, please state your name. I guess. So, in the Giants hat? No. So, first, someone come up to the podium. Go ahead, sir. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes. And as we were stating earlier, can you please line up behind the podium? Yes, that's perfect. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Williamson. Work for a contractor. One thing I would like to state is, and I thank you for your time hearing us. Starting out to talk about the battery energy storage systems, they could be very hazardous if you don't know what you're doing. It's more than just power off the roof, but once that power is stored in batteries, that's when it has the potential to be very hazardous. Part of our training is a 5-year program, and plus we have an additional 32 hours mandatory every time we recertify. So is additional training that keeps us safe, and it protects the homeowner's property. And we also install these systems in hospitals and in major computer systems to make sure that they retain power in case of a loss of utility power. So I don't think it should be taken so lightly, because a lot of time, effort, and energy has been placed in our training. And I think oftentimes it's seen as an economic issue, but it's really safety. And again, not to discount anybody's skill or their ability, but we've spent a lot of time in making sure that we're safe, the community is safe, property is safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members and staff. My name is Jorge Torres, and I am a member of the Western States Carpenters, representing over 90,000 carpenters, millwrights, pile drivers, and related crafts.
workers who have few years worked on solar and battery storage projects throughout California. It is clear from the rulemaking process, which included thousands of pages of written and verbal testimony, that this is a rule searching for a problem that does not exist. C46 and C10 contractors routinely and successfully install battery energy storage systems. As commentators and research pointed throughout the rulemaking process, these installations have been done safely and efficiently throughout the state of California. There is no evidence that the installation of battery energy storage systems by C46 contractors have posed any harm to their employees or the general public. The research is clear. Your own rulemaking is clear. C46 and C10 contractors can and should be able to continue to install battery energy storage systems according to the owner and general contractor's discretion. We urge you to withdraw the ruling. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me come up here today. My name's Greg Kennedy. I'm the founder of Occidental Power Solar and Energy Storage in San Francisco. I've been in the business for 44 years. We installed the first energy storage system in San Francisco, permitted in 1996. We've been a leader in this field, and we are proud to say that we have hundreds, if not thousands, of people that we take care of and service. If this move were to be made where you would eliminate the opportunity for those of us in the industry to service and warranty all these battery systems that we put out for health reasons and otherwise for people, that would be a constraint and it would be a disservice to the consumers and the citizenry of California. In my view, this is purely a power grab. I came from, in the 70s, the IBEW family-owned electrical contracting firm. I know what it takes to do this work, and the C46 license works. I also have been honored to work with the California State License Board to vet the questions. And I've come up here and spent many a day to make sure the best questions are asked so that people who take the test are qualified to meet that requirement. We're a dynamic industry. It would be a hit against the commerce of California. There are so many people working in this field. We've helped develop the green collar jobs throughout the city and Bay Area, and to put those people at risk of losing their jobs, our people, you would be hurting many families, plus the consumers. We are a firm that takes care of our people. We engineer, build, design, we provide retirement and health care. You would be doing a great disservice to the solar industry in California and the United States. Thank you for your time.
And please, we'd like to hold applause for all commenters. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Stimler. I'm here representing my family's C46 solar and battery contractor in Diamond Springs, California. I'm here to talk to you about my lead installer, Benjamin Fusey. He's been with us since 2011, and this is a picture of him in his 6th grade science project, building a solar system with a battery 33 years ago. What you are voting on today is going to enable him from doing what he's been doing since 6th grade, building a solar and battery system. He is NABCEP certified, which is, you guys cut me off. He's NABCEP certified, which is a national certification of energy practitioners. He is certified in Tesla, Franklin, Energy Whole Home. He is certified in Enphase, Solar Edge, SunVault, Magnasign, LG. The list goes on of how many batteries he has installed since 2011. If a lot of people are going to come up here today and say the very simple process is going to go get your C10 license. He is ineligible of becoming an electrician for 4 years. He's ineligible of becoming an apprentice for 4 years. You are going to destroy his livelihood. You're going to destroy C46 livelihoods from moving forward. How do I continue? Where do I go on from here? Please vote no. You're going to affect our communities. You're going to affect the consumers. I can't go sell a battery today and fix it in 50 days from now. You're going to bar my customers from coming to me to fix a repair on a warranty. Why? I installed that system down and signed a contract for a 10-year installation warranty. But I'm going to be ineligible to fix that system I installed. Please vote no. This is unethical.
Hello, my name is Al Rich, president of ACR Solar in Carmichael, California, and thank you for the great work that the CSLB does. However, in my 45 years in solar, I have never seen an assault on solar contractors as we have seen over the past 5 years. The proposal that's made, we're fighting to protect C46 solar contractors' ability to install energy storage systems. Simple as that. And just as the young lady said before, all of our installers go through all these classes. They're expert at what they do. They're specialists. They know what they're doing, and we do it well, and we do not have problems. And there's nothing statistically showing that shows any reason for there to not be C46s and C10s allowed to install and repair solar systems. The proposal would prohibit C46 contractors from installing batteries over 80 kilowatts in size, which we feel is very limiting. The proposal is also an assault on small business. It prohibits C46 contractors to do any and all repair and maintenance and retrofit on existing systems of all sizes, and we install the darn thing. Why can't we fix it? It's just an absurdity that this got proposed and this is even being considered. It's an illogical limitation. It effectively renders the 80 kilowatt threshold useless. What the CSLB is really trying to do is put C46 solar contractors out of business and hurt consumers at the same time. This is truly nonsense. We must stop this. It's very, very damaging and wrong-headed to think this way. We can't just run out and get C10 licenses. It isn't a viable solution. As again, she said, that it's just too much to expect somebody to be able to turn around. And there's thousands and thousands of people that would be affected. The damage would be incredible. California Labor Code allows C10s to hire certified electricians and registered apprentices in a 1-to-1 ratio for all electrical work. Again, the damage that this would cause is just almost incomprehensible. And I just beg of you all that these restrictions are, what the utilities and the labor unions want to kill our business, to kill solar, to take us out. And they're doing that in so many ways. This isn't the only thing. We've been fighting these solar battles for a long time. Thank you. Anyway, please rule against this horrible, horrible measure that'll do so much damage. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing public comment. My name is Janine Cotter, and you saw me in August as well. You also saw my colleague Billy Hall, who came to Luminalt through the Workforce Development Program through Go Solar SF, which was started by Gavin Newsom when he was mayor of San Francisco. The idea was get people who have barriers to employment through workforce training funds, invest in them, provide them a career and a pathway towards upward mobility. And Billy Hall was one of those people, along with Melissa Brewster, our crew lead who manages all of our crews, Pamela Kwan. They all came through that workforce development program. Billy would not be allowed to do the work that he does today, every day, day in, day out. I noticed in the book that the law requires the board to respond in writing to all public comments received. My colleague, Billy Hall, came here and gave public comment. He is not in the book. He said that his hours that he has performed over the last 10 years and his certifications as installing the Tesla Powerwall and other batteries and other solar installation equipment, those hours that he spent on that do not qualify him to sit for the certified electrician exam. What you are doing, if you vote yes, is that you are knocking out the promise that was made to individuals in 2008 that they would have a job if they did the right thing. And they did the right thing. He goes to classes, he works hard, and his colleagues work hard. This would eviscerate the work that he does. Now, the other thing that I want to say is that when Go Solar SF happened, we came to the CSLB because we have a C10 electrical license as well as a C46, and we have a B. And we were told, hire them under the C46, and so that you can hire them, because you cannot hire them under the C10. And so we participated in workforce investment, we participated in their training, and we hired them and recruited them and trained them and stewarded their careers. Finally, due to the work that I have done in workforce investment, I am the chair of the Workforce Investment Board of San Francisco. I also was a member of the advisory board for the National Renewable Energy Labs.
Your time is up. I
All right.
apologize.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Josh Garcia for the NorCal Carpenters Union, representing 38,000 members throughout 11 trades and related craft workers, and also representing the unrepresented working class. I'll be brief, and I'll give a quick quote. As the board's own statement, the reason states that, statement of reason, states, C46 and C10 contractors have installed PV systems paired with BESS over the years without harm. C46 and C10 contractors can and should be able to continue. Instead of making California energy goals more difficult to accomplish, I strongly urge you to withdraw the ruling. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Josh Taylor, and today I'm representing the 90,000 skilled men and women of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. Our members and contracting partners have a long history of installing BESS systems throughout California, utilizing carpenters, millwrights, and pile drivers to do so. All this having been done safely and efficiently, aiding in the transition to cleaner energy and state climate goals. That said, the proposed rulemaking to change regulatory standards on numerous contractors that have been historically allowed to install and maintain warranted items on BESS project is discriminatory to the contractor and consumer. This proposed rule, if approved, will potentially lead to mass layoffs of existing workforces and cost increases to consumers. And I therefore implore this board to reject staff recommendation, withdraw the rulemaking. Thank you.
I got a point of clarification from staff. This rulemaking is, there's also two other contractor classifications that can still do BESS, right? Is it A and B? Just make sure I'm hearing some conflicted information.
The A general engineering contractor as well as the B general engineering contractor, they are able to take contracts to install BESS within the scope of the statute. The A is 7056 and the B is 7057 of the Business and Professions Code, depending on whether specialized engineering knowledge and skill are involved for the A, or whether it's in connection to a structure plus two unrelated trades for a B.
And C46 up to 80 kilowatt hours if it's attached to a solar system, correct?
Go ahead, Dave.
I just want to clarify something Mike said. The applicable classifications to install, I think we're really talking about some residential industrial solar here. The B general building class, the board has a reg that says solar constitutes two unrelated trades, therefore the B can do it. The A can only do it under limited circumstances, so it's really the B, the C10, and the C46 for the, they can do it.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, because some of the public commenters, I was getting a little bit more confused there, so thanks.
But Dave, can the B do BESS on its own? Or a B with a C46 currently?
A B general building contractor, because of another board reg, can do solar independent of anything else. Because solar was determined to consist of two unrelated trades, therefore the B general building class can contract to install solar.
Understood for solar, but some of this stuff says it's an independent system. So can a B licensed contractor come and install just a BESS system without solar?
And we would consider that to be out of classification. By saying a B can contract for specialty trades, how, independent of other trades, however, they must subcontract it to the appropriate specialty contract. They would not be able to self-perform that.
Go ahead, state your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Nick Armstrong. I'm the Senior Staff Electrical Program Manager for Tesla and also the RME C10 electrical contractor for Tesla. Tesla is California's largest manufacturer employer, supporting nearly 40,000 jobs in the state. In addition to the manufacturing the world's best-selling electric vehicles, Tesla also manufactures and installs battery storage systems at scales from small 5 kW systems to grid-scale batteries in the hundreds of megawatts. While Tesla holds both the C10 and C46 license, we oppose the regulations as proposed. We feel the threshold could be safely raised to 280 kilowatt hours as proposed by CALSA. Small, modular, plug-and-play batteries like our 13.5 kilowatt hour Powerwall system can be stacked together or installed in different parts of the premises well beyond the 80 kW limit without increasing safety risk. Tesla provides rigorous training for the Powerwall installation and safety to hundreds of solar providers across the state who act as our channel partners. We also feel that the C46 should be allowed to retro and maintain storage on the existing solar arrays, an outcome that is consistent with the state's policy objectives. And we feel the implementation timeline should be extended by several years to allow businesses sufficient time to get their employees trained and licensed. With the state's ambitious climate goals requiring significant additions of battery storage to the grid, and the CPUC's new net billing tariff effectively requiring storage on all new solar arrays, the CSLB should be careful to ensure its regulations do not harm small solar and battery contractors and hinder these important policy objectives. Thank you.
Can you tell me what your name was again?
Yeah, Nick Armstrong.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Gemma. I'm with Aztec Solar, a contractor in Rancho Cordova down the street. 44 years in business, and I myself 21 years in the solar industry. We have a B1 and a C46. Urge you to vote against the proposed regulations that threaten to stifle the vital work that California solar industry, particularly concerning the C46 for solar and energy storage. These regulations, if implemented, would have severe repercussions to our state's solar workforce, hinder progress toward our clean energy goals, and render our solar-specific license certification useless. Furthermore, the proposed regulations would inhibit our ability to uphold mandated warranties, resulting in significant disruption in our business operations. In this contract that we have right here, we're mandated a 10-year workmanship warranty. It also states alterations by others would void the warranty. So my question is, when a customer, one of our customers that we're not able to repair or maintain and is needed, calls the CSLB because we say we cannot service that or maintain it, it has to be by somebody else, what is that response going to be? We have thousands of customers over 44 years, solar and solar storage, that need to be taken care of. We need to be the ones to do that because it's our warranty that is mandated by the board. In light of these concerns, I strongly urge the license board to reconsider the proposed regulations and vote against the implementation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Riley Riggs with Citadel Roofing and Solar. So I've been in the solar industry for 18 years, and I've been installing solar and batteries and servicing them. I'm the service manager for Citadel, so I'm honoring all of our warranties and fixing everything. I got my C10 7 years ago on the other side of this building. And as a C10, I read through this proposal, and it's from so I'm a technical guy. So from a technical standpoint, this is, it's misleading you with oversimplifications. Because it's saying that solar and a storage system are separate electrical systems, which is kind of true. So you can install solar by itself, right? Yes. You can install a battery by itself, yes, right? Single, separate systems, right? But once you install them together, they are now the same system. They are married. In fact, it's very much like a marriage. Like, you may have been single and your spouse may have been single, and then you got married, and now you are a different entity. Legally, you're a different entity, you know? Like, you only have to file one tax return now. And so, I mean, you can test this. You can go out with your spouse someplace and tell somebody that you're single and see how that goes over, right? And so and I've been here since the beginning. I've been listening, and I kind of took some notes. And at 9:19, Registrar David Folk said, "We want to make sure licensees are taking care of their customers," end quote. You can play the tape back. I wrote it down as you said it. And I think that everyone in this room agrees with that statement. But this proposal makes it impossible. Like, it contradicts that statement. And so I think that the C46 should entail all solar and stored solar, because if this passes, these, and I was listening to your thing too, 200 calls per month on solar complaints. You better hire some more phone techs, because you're gonna get a lot more calls for warranties that can no longer be honored. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the chance to comment today. My name's Sean Taylor, founder and owner of Taylor Energy Systems. We are a C46 contractor, and we've been installing solar and battery systems for over 14 years now. And we employ at least 12 to 15 people, full-time jobs at any given time. These are high-quality jobs. These are technical jobs. These people it's a livelihood for these people. It's a great industry, and this measure would decimate hundreds of employers like me and thousands of jobs like this. It also, as has been stated, reiterated, it makes it impossible for us to actually honor our warranties that we have out in the field. And I think most importantly is a C46 and a C10 contractor come to the table with part of the skills that are needed to install these battery systems. They're paired with solar, but ultimately this is a young industry with incredibly quickly changing technology, and almost all of the major battery manufacturers require that you actually complete their installation training and become certified manufacturer installers. And so whether you have a C46 or a C10, all of us need to complete that training to get qualified to install that technology. So there really is no difference in terms of how a C46 or a C10 should approach the installation of these products. We all have to have the same level of skills there. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stacy Ranexis. I am founder and CEO of Power Tree Services. I hold 9 patents in the field of battery technology and solar energy systems integration. I've also founded another battery storage company called STEM. We currently manufacture equipment designed specifically and solely for use in multifamily, residential, or mixed-use properties. We sell through contractors. We also have some direct sales and some direct installation, and hold licenses within the company directly through our RME, B, C10, and C46. Most of our subcontractors are C46. We train them, and the customers that we have require maintenance agreements. We have entered into 20-year maintenance agreements and supply and operations agreements with our customers, serving thousands upon thousands of low-income and market-rate tenants. Should this pass in the form that you have presented, we will not be able to honor our agreements for those maintenance agreements. So who will the tenants go to? Who will the property owners go to? Who will they sue when this happens? This also devastates the investment and the marketing effort and the training that we have provided to all of these contractors. As a manufacturer, we are also focused on providing and meeting the state's laws under Title 24 in providing solar and battery. Battery is mandated. And in multifamily properties, there's a specific formula for this, which easily exceeds 80 kilowatt hours per building, much less on a per project basis. So this law or this proposed regulation change is going to be, as others have said, absolutely devastating, not just to single family, which most folks have been referring to, but absolutely to multifamily and absolutely to the low-income residents who are just now, starting to be able to receive the benefits of solar, electric vehicle charging, and resiliency, right? If you have an outage in a low-income household, you lose your refrigerator, that's over $500 in cost. Most low-income households cannot sustain a single $500 loss. That's the consequence. Thank you.
Good afternoon now. My name is Karen Polstra. My husband and I own a small solar installation company in San Diego County. We are a small business. We are women and minority owned, and both my husband and I work full-time in our company, so basically this is it for us, right? We have to make sure that we stay in business, and you guys right now, sorry I'm getting emotional, make it really, really difficult because you're trying to restrict us from basically doing what we've been doing. I've been in business for 20 years, in solar for 20 years. Our company got started 17 years ago. We've been doing this for a long time with no issues, no fires, nothing burned down. We take our ethical commitment to our contracting business and to our customers very, very serious. So when I read through that package and it says you guys can install new energy storage system with solar, then I don't understand the logic behind it when I cannot go back to my existing customers and give them a solar system, energy storage system, because maybe they're aging out of their initial 20-year grandfathering that they got with their solar. What is the difference between me adding something to a system that I installed 5, 6 years ago, 3 years ago, or install a new system with a new solar system with a new energy storage added to it? The other thing also, I would like to say what my other colleagues already said. We are not only obligated by you, but by the CPUC as well, the utilities. It's part of the interconnection agreement and application that we have to submit, that we provide a 10-year warranty to our clients. And frankly, the first speaker spoke about installing energy systems into data centers and hospitals. I have no interest to go into a data center or to hospital installing energy, right? I want to serve my neighborhood. I want to serve our residential customers in San Diego County. I have no interest in working on a substation or whatever else. This is completely taken out of context. And with regard to Citadel Solar, did I get it right? When he made the comparison between single into a couple, it is so true because manufacturers, inverter manufacturers, they're switching over to hybrid inverters, which means we only need one piece of equipment to install both systems. What that also means is that that one piece of equipment talks to both sides, right? It takes the solar energy, it tells the battery when to charge, when to discharge, when to get it back to the grid. So if we cannot go back and service, is that inverter now a solar piece of equipment? Does it belong to the battery storage? We don't know. So it just
Thank you. Your
creates a
time
lot
is
of
up.
confusion that's completely unnecessary. Thank you. I urge you to vote no on this.
Hello, CSLB Board. My name is Phil Allwit. I'm the CEO of Solarcraft, and we're a 40-year-old solar and battery storage company based in the North Bay. We have 50 employees. We're 100% employee-owned. We're an ESOP. And we have an obligation to our thousands of customers that we have been installing solar and batteries for years. The obligation is the warranty that previous speakers have talked about that is regulated by the state, that is required by the state and other authorities. But we also have O&M, operations and maintenance agreements, 5, 10-year agreements. They're contracts. We can't break our contract. We have to maintain these systems. So I urge you, do not pass this rule. It's detrimental to our business. It could put us or many other solar companies out of business, employees on the streets. It's bad for California. It's bad for the green initiatives and the requirements that California hopes to achieve. And I urge you, just do not pass this rule. Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Aaron Nitzken. I'm the Executive Vice President of Solar at Citadel Roofing and Solar. You just heard from my colleague. Citadel is a very large residential and small commercial roofing, solar, and battery contractor. We employ around 1,000 people across the state. We only operate in the state of California. We have almost a third of our employees are supporting our solar business. We support a lot of production home builders, and so we're very active at installing solar and batteries and roofing in new construction communities. As a large roofing contractor, we think about safety every minute of every day. Roofing is considered one of the most dangerous trades that are out there. And we take batteries very seriously. And I think everyone with a C46 takes the safety aspects of batteries just as seriously. And that is what this is about. If this is about safety, I think that we're going down the wrong path. The manufacturers require that an installer gets certified before they're allowed to install their battery. That is one level of protection that I think is very, very important to consider. The other piece that we are struggling with today is we have a hard time finding people to actually install batteries. There are very few people out there that have experience installing batteries, let alone certified electricians that want to come and install batteries. And as a company that's growing, it's really hard to do that, especially with the demand that we're seeing for batteries under the NEM 3 structure. So I strongly request that you consider rejecting this proposal. Thank you.
Can you say your last name again, please?
Nitzken.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matt Collins, and I also work for Solarcraft. You heard from my colleague Phil just a minute ago. As he said, it's a small employee-owned company, and as he said, it's an ESOP, so I'm an employee, but I also have a stake in the ownership of the company. This bill negatively impacts my company's ability to do business by proposing a change to current practice. C46 is allowed to install solar and batteries up to 80 kilowatt hours but not service those same battery systems. Doesn't make sense and prevents a contractor from maintaining their own warranty. Batteries are effectively required for new solar systems to be properly cost effective under NEM 3 MBT. So it has to be on almost every job. And it doesn't make sense to divorce the contractor license for solar from batteries when new components, as mentioned earlier, are being introduced that bring the two things closer together. The popular Tesla Powerwall 3, for instance, has a single inverter that's in the battery compartment, which converts the PV DC power to AC and feeds to the home. So it's one cabinet that contains both battery and PV. And it doesn't make sense to have to install both, but only service one of these integrated components. We're solar experts. We know what we're doing. We have product training, on-the-job training. We've been doing this. We follow federal and state electrical code, and projects are inspected for safety. Claims of customer safety concerns being presented today are nothing more than scare tactics, so please reject this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Laura Stamen, and I'm a homeowner, and I live in the town of Windsor in Sonoma County. I'm opposed to the CSLB proposal concerning home battery systems. My family bought our solar and battery system to do our part to address climate change. We have a 6.4 kilowatt system with 16 rooftop solar panels and a 10 kilowatt hour battery. Please do not go through this with this proposal. Getting solar and a battery system is already hard and complicated for consumers like us. Inserting another company in the process for maintenance and upgrades just makes it worse. When our system was installed, our building inspector, who is a licensed electrician with decades of experience, inspected the installation and said that he was impressed. He was impressed with how the system was wired and installed. This work was done by a licensed solar contractor. Our warranty runs through 2032. It took us a long time to find a company we trusted to do our installation, after we would be in a relationship for 10 years with them at least. And we met with several companies and read many reviews and talked with references before finding a company that we wanted to work with. We have had them back to do warranty work, and at every step of the way, they have been terrific and helpful. They have lived up to their reputation and stood behind their work and their products. Again, this is a licensed solar contractor. The proposal would force me to bring in a third party for upgrades or warranty work, and any work done may void my warranty. And even if it did not, you create a situation where the original contractor can blame any problem on the new electrician, and the new electrician can blame the original contractor for any problems. That leaves me stuck in the middle, unable to hold either of them accountable. So please do not make it harder for consumers by accepting this proposal. Thank you.
Hi there, good afternoon. My name is Lauren Nevitt. I'm a Senior Director of Policy for Sunrun. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on the proposed rulemaking today. We urge you to reject the staff recommendation and to withdraw the solar licensing rulemaking. As the nation's leading provider of clean energy as a subscription service, Sunrun serves nearly 1 million customers nationally, and we've installed over 90,000 residential energy storage systems. The regulatory proposal before you today is ill-conceived and the record is incomplete. If approved by this board, the rulemaking will impede the ability of solar contractors to perform their livelihoods, serve customers, and execute on the state's energy goals. We at Sunrun are particularly concerned that prohibiting repairs and retrofits will render the C46 license useless. Why is a C46 licensee prohibited from performing repair or retrofit work on the same energy storage system that they installed? The restriction defies logic, and we urge you to vote no. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Holt. I'm a proud state certified electrician. Spent most of my career working for AC Electric Company in Bakersfield, California. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. Out of respect for the board and the attendees, I'm going to keep my comments short, and I wanted to focus more on really what's important to me. As an electrician that's familiar with that entire code book, there's a kind of a saying in the industry that everything in that book was written with blood. And it's clear that solar systems are covered by Article 690, 691. They do not cover BESS units. In fact, 690, 71 refers to Article 706, which covers that. So these are clearly separate systems covered by different code articles, and I think that should be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stafford Nichols. I'm an economist at Beacon Economics. My colleagues and I evaluated the economic impacts of the proposed CSLB regulation, and we submitted a study reporting our findings during the 45-day comment period. So really quickly, to conduct this study, we utilized two data sets. The first was the California Interconnected Projects data sets, which gives information about every installation connected to the grid in terms of the size of it, the project price, who installed it, when it was installed, et cetera. Second, we use the CSLB's Master List of California Licensed Contractors, which provides the license classification for each contractor. So by combining these data sets, we were able to understand exactly which type of contractor, based on their license type, have installed which types of installations over the last 30 years. We analyzed over 864,000 projects, and using these, we're able to anticipate the changes we can expect to various markets and contractors based on this rule, as well as the broader economy as a whole. The way we calculated the effects of the broader economy was by using a multi-regional input-output model, which is the standard economic impact model. So what we found is the following causal chain of events. First, if the board approves this regulation, solar installers' cost of labor will increase at least 46%, probably more, but we made a lot of conservative assumptions in all of our modeling. This will increase the price of installations by at least 4% and lower demand for future installations by at least 7.3% moving forward. This decreased demand will affect different market segments in different ways. But the overall high-level findings are that it'll negatively impact the California economy by $86.9 million in a given 12-month period after the implementation of this rule. 53.1 million of this effect will be directly on solar installers, and the rest will be the solar supply chain and lower household consumption. This decrease in economic activity means a decrease of earned income of $23.9 million. Additionally, this decrease will result in less tax revenue, $13 million overall and $4.9 million less tax revenue to the state of California. The report has more details, but I'll just also mention that because of these, the regulation and the diminished demand for solar power as a result, an estimated 10 million more pounds of carbon dioxide will be emitted into the atmosphere that otherwise would not have. So please refer to our report for further details, and thank you very much for your time.
I don't mean to, you tell me your name again?
Stafford Nichols.
Stafford Nichols, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when you please come up, can you say your name as clear as possible? These comments are going to be recorded, and I would make sure that your comments and your name are being accurately reported. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gaston Moore. I'm a certified electrician. Worked for AC Electric for a good portion of my career. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. To show respect to the board and all attendees' time, I'm going to limit my comments. The unique risks and hazards associated with BESS require different skills and knowledge than solar installation. This is demonstrated by separate codes, installation, and fire and life safety standards for solar PV systems and for BESS. An improperly installed BESS could cause serious public safety hazards, including electrocution, arc flashes, explosion, arc blasts, and fires. Numerous California Fire Code requirements apply to BESS, but not to solar systems. C46 workers have no requirements for electrical training, testing, or certification. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for giving us the opportunity for comments. My name is Michael Ingram. I'm the founder, owner, and operator of Michael & Son Solar in Grayton, California, Sonoma County. I'm here in opposition of the proposed battery limitations to the C46 license. Since the PG&E NEM 3 decision or change, we have been dependent on battery sales, including hundreds of retrofits to existing customers and the maintenance of those already installed. Without these battery sales, my business, my employees, and countless other businesses are at risk of unemployment. Despite the code citing and fancy, dangerous words that some of the C10s have brought up, this is not a safety issue. The manufacturers of the current battery products have designed a very safe and reliable product. They provide in-house mandatory training that is thorough, updated, and consistent. The products they provide are pre-engineered. 30 seconds. This eliminates risk and error in calculation of installation. These batteries are no more dangerous than the gas tanks on the homeowner's generators on the side of their house, and neither is the installation of these batteries. Furthermore, this would create poor consumer experience. Consumers would need to hire 2 contractors and vet 2 contractors, and those contractors would need to communicate well between themselves, which does not happen. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Love and members of the Contractor State License Board. My name is Charles Taylor. I live in El Cerrito, California. My wife and I are in our 70s and look forward to living in our home for many years to come. We are opposed to the board's proposal concerning home battery systems. We have a 4-kilowatt solar panel system on my roof installed in 2020 by SunPower and a Tesla installed Powerwall battery. The system has worked flawlessly over the past 4 years to provide power to our home and to share excess power to the PG&E grid. It powers my electrical appliances, including a heat pump, heating system, my electric vehicle, and my induction range, and the rest of my home's electrical needs. We bought the solar panels and battery with a long-term perspective that they would power our home, and the warranties would ensure that while my wife and I live in our home, we would have prompt and certain repairs. The proposed rule changes ignore this board's own research that found no evidence of safety problems for the people who install solar panels and batteries. The rule changes are unnecessary for the installers and economically dangerous to the homeowners who have solar and batteries. They would put most solar users like me in an impossible situation. The regulations could force me to hire a different contractor than the one who did the original work to either add or a service or a battery at my home. In most cases, as you've heard, will void the warranty. In addition, these rules would reduce the number of solar contractors available to install or service a solar battery. This would limit choices for consumers and drive up the cost of getting a solar or a battery. I strongly urge you to reject these proposed changes. They are roadblocks to people like me who want to electrify our appliances and save our state, county, and world from disastrous climate change. Thank you.
Before you start to speak, I just want to let the people know that right after you speak, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Good afternoon. My name is Susanna Porti. I am a middle-class homeowner of a small bungalow in Berkeley with solar panels and a battery. In a few minutes, you're going to start hearing from a whole slew of IBEW workers and lobbyists and lawyers for PG&E and the IBEW. They've all been paid to be here today, and I'm not paid. I'm a volunteer. I am volunteering my time to come here all the way from Berkeley on behalf of California ratepayers. Californians' fundamental right to make and store their own energy is being threatened by PG&E, a bully and multiple-time convicted felon. Remember, PG&E are the same folks who brought you the Erin Brockovich contamination, the San Bruno explosion, the Butte fire, the Tubbs fire, the Camp fire, the Kincaid fire, and thousands more. And now they're trying to claim that licensed solar contractors don't do safe work? Don't believe a word of their baloney. This has nothing to do with safety. It's all about corporate profit and control. PG&E is doing everything it can to maintain and gain control of all power produced in this state so that they can price gouge ratepayers. Board members, please vote no on 3B. Please continue to allow licensed solar contractors to add a battery to or repair a solar system they have already installed. It is their fundamental right, it works, and it is safe. Message to PG&E, hands off our solar systems, hands off our batteries. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll see you back at 20 till 2. Let's get back to hearing our speakers. Calling this meeting back to order.
My name is Lee Miller, a rooftop battery owner living in Sacramento and a California Dem Assembly delegate in AD10. I am very concerned about this proposed regulation by the Contractor State Licensing Board regarding licensed solar contractors and battery systems. The proposal would prohibit licensed solar contractors from adding batteries to existing solar systems or repairing previously installed solar and storage setups. The proposal would place an undue burden on consumers like me and undermine the very purpose of warranties. Moreover, there is no substantiated rationale for this proposal. The CSLB has found no evidence of safety or quality issues related to licensed solar contractors' work. As a consumer, I want the best person working on my rooftop solar or battery system. Who are those people? They are the people that have done the installing in the first place. They have taken certification tests, and they have proven themselves. So why impose restrictions that hinder consumer options? Here lies the crux of the matter. The proposal smells of utility influence. While the CSLB plays a vital role in safeguarding consumers and maintaining contractor standards, this proposal appears to be more aligned with limiting access to rooftop solar and battery systems. It prioritizes utility interests over consumer protection. Your job is to protect the consumer, not PG&E. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Sharon Mullen, and I live in Oakland, and I am a residential solar user. All right, so I strongly oppose to the Contractor State Licensing Board's proposal concerning home battery systems, because if you ban licensed solar contractors from adding a battery to a solar system they already installed, or to make any repairs or modifications to an existing solar system they already installed, the consumer, in my case, me, risks voiding my solar warranty, and since the Contractor State License Board itself has found no evidence in the safety or quality of the work performed by our licensed solar contractors, there's no reason for this proposal. I got my solar system in 2018 because I, like many Californians, want a green state. I couldn't afford a battery at the time, nor could I afford it before April of 2023 when PG&E and other utility companies got the CPUC to force a NEM change to a higher rate if solar panels or a battery was purchased after that April date. Once again, it appears that the utility companies have lobbied to ultimately limit my personal choice to protect my warranty, and in so doing would reduce the number of solar contractors, which in turn would drive up costs for solar and batteries for Californians, which does not help California meet its green goal set by our governor. I was going to say thank you at that time, but then I was listening to Mr. Dave over there, who told us about 15,000 complaints a year and very small staff to handle the complaints that come. And so if I look at that and I say if the stated goal is to reduce consumer complaints, it does not seem prudent to take on solar battery jobs when the service is presently being provided by the solar companies that have fulfilled this service without those complaints that the board is trying to reduce. Thank you.
Hello, board, chair people. Thank you for hearing us. I have appreciation for your sustained patience and attentions and all the interesting things you work on. I'm grateful for your work protecting consumers and the health and safety and welfare of the public. My name is Heather McLeod, MacLeod. I live in Oakland. And I'm a tutor. I don't work for a company connected with batteries. I don't have solar panels because I rent and I don't have enough money. And I am opposed to the proposed regulation because I am concerned about climate change, which is threatening my health, safety, and that of people around the world with forest fires, heat waves, storms, and droughts. I am really grateful to live in a state that has ambitious energy goals and a lot of individuals who have put their own money into having solar panels and heat pumps and things that not all of us can afford. But if they can, they're putting the money in, doing it, and we all benefit. We all benefit when they get batteries and there's more storage and there's less impact on the grid. So I am grateful for all of those people, and I'm grateful for all of those solar installers who started way back when they weren't hardly making any money, but they did it because they cared about it. And I guess what I'm asking you, I'm concerned that this particular rule will reduce the amount of new battery storage installed. You probably know that the net metering rule passed by the CUPC decreased the amount of new solar installations by like 80%. We were doing great in California. We were going gangbusters on renewable energy that is clean and that doesn't dirty the air and that doesn't overheat the climate. So I just want to ask you to keep in mind, I got an appreciation now for all the different angles of many problems you guys are keeping in mind, but I would like you to think about the effect your rule will have on people doing things that will be better for the climate, on people being able to afford to get batteries, on it being workable for people to do that. It will benefit all of us by decreasing the amount of dirty energy generated and helping cool the planet. So this isn't about, I didn't hear any problem with consumer safety here. Maybe I'm wrong, but I read the newspaper and I haven't seen any of that. Thank you. Anyway, I appreciate it, and thank you. Please keep that in mind.
I'm going to pause public comment for 1 second. Board Member Guy has a question for DCA Legal.
I have a couple questions to start with. I believe the Registrar wanted to clarify something on how this affects A and B licensed contractors.
Yeah, thank you, Alan Guy. The question was about the A and the B, and I just wanted to clarify that this regulatory rulemaking is specific to the C46, to adding a battery ability authorization to that classification. It does not in any way change the A or the B. So the B today could take a multi-trade project such as a remodel, a room addition. They can include a battery with that, and they could self-install it. So we have a classification deputy here that's able to answer fact-specific classification questions, and I didn't mean to be real specific other than to say it does not impact the A or the B class. Thank you.
Second question for legal, is a C46 contractor currently allowed to install a BESS system under the way it is currently written? And the follow-up to that is, what about warranty issues on that system?
So I'm going to read page 264 of the packet. The proposed rule will have, this is staff response to CALSA comment 11. The proposed rule will have no impact on the ability of C46 contractors to install BESS on previously installed PV systems, i.e. a retrofit. This practice is presently not authorized, and the proposed rule preserves the classification limitation. I'm also going to read existing law, the C46 solar contractor regulation in existing law. It has 2 paragraphs. The first is a solar contractor installs and maintains and repairs thermal and PV solar energy systems. The second paragraph is a licensee classified in this section shall not undertake or perform building construction trades, crafts, or skills except when required to install a thermal or PV solar energy system. So as to your question, does that address your first question?
It clarifies the retrofit of a system later, but if they are installing a PV system, the panels on the roof.
Oh, I'm sorry, the PV system just by itself.
The PV with the battery, is that allowed? Can you install a PV system on the roof and a battery system at the same time as one system currently with just a C46 license currently?
The existing interpretation, if staff were to receive that question on a specific set of facts under existing law, if a C46 were to install a solar system with a battery, the current interpretation would be that that would be incidental, supplemental to install a battery at the same time as a solar system. But the current interpretation on a specific set of facts, if staff today received a question about a C46 contractor taking a contract to add a BESS to a system, the staff interpretation would likely be that that's a standalone contract for an electrical system if we were to receive a specific set of facts on that question, or a question with a specific set of facts.
Thank you. That answers the first part. So if the contractor installed a solar system and a BESS system, are they allowed to warranty the BESS and work on it? The BESS system that was installed as incidental work to the solar installation?
We would want to see the warranty, but the warranties that we reviewed for the record, for all the documents that we received during the 45-day public comment period, did not preclude a contractor from selecting another contractor to perform work on the BESS alone or the solar system alone.
But could that contractor that installed it do the warranty work?
So if we received a PV, I'm sorry, do you mind repeating one more time?
If the contractor that installed the solar panels and the BES system received a warranty, a request for warranty, can that contractor go work on that BES system as part of warranty work?
Good. Yeah.
Ryan Marcroft here. Happy to provide a little bit of clarity if I can. Part of the difficulty here, remember, is this: you're asking very fact-specific questions and asking for sort of a global answer to what is, as you probably know, a very fact-specific question. What's the nature of the project? What's the nature of the circumstances? What does the document say? And so to sort of take a little bit of a step back, why we're here, the board approved this proposed rule. The proposed rule went out for public comment to solicit this very comments for 45 days. Then there was a public hearing to again solicit these very comments. And then after the public hearing, the board staff has an opportunity to prepare draft responses to those comments where they were responded to in 65 pages that are a part of the board packet. The warranty issue did come up, and it was addressed in probably a handful of pages and responses. In the record that's before the board, there were 0 manufacturer warranties. There were less than 5 consumer warranties. And the ones that were in there didn't, as a factual matter, didn't have all of the same circumstances that you might be hearing. I think each of them needed to be looked at independently. For instance, some of them might have had more than one classification. So that's not really addressing your question, but that's in there. And how does that affect this question? Some of them explicitly enabled others to do warranty work. Again, that fact is important. Some of them were silent. Again, very important facts. So it's difficult, I think, to say categorically yes, no, because the facts are important.
I got a question to follow up on that, Mr. Chair. You mentioned C46 can do incidental work. What can you expand on incidental work?
Yeah, the regulation is section 831, and it defines incidental and supplemental as any work that is necessary to perform the trade for which the specialty contractor is licensed.
Is there limits on the incidental work?
The regulation doesn't go much beyond that, so it's always very fact-specific. But the text that the board approved to initiate the rulemaking process in June of 2022 would clarify when this work we're discussing would be incidental and supplemental and when it would not be.
Thank you. Sounds like no further questions from the board. We'll go to public comment. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Yes, thank you. My name is Nicholas Opdyke. I work for SunPower as a battery lead. The proposed changes to the C46 license are unnecessary and hurtful to an already struggling business. Solar is helping the state of the world. These businesses should be nurtured. Please say no to the proposed changes. Thank you.
Hello, Scott Wetch. I'm here today on behalf of the California Coalition of Utility Employees. That's 75,000 utility employees at all the investor-owned utilities and all of the municipal utilities. Obviously, safety is very central to what we're all about. I'd just like to not relitigate what we've all been debating for 8 years. I'd like to thank the board staff and the board members for all the diligence that you've put into this. I'd just like to reiterate a couple points that were just made. We're not here to adopt a regulation. The board has already adopted a regulation. The purpose of today's hearing is for you to approve your very expert staff's response to all of the comments. Why is this important? Despite staff's statement about, the staff's interpretation is that installing a battery is incidental and supplemental to a PV system. We reject that. We don't believe that's the case. The license for C46 clearly says that it must be necessary for the installation of a thermal or PV system. A battery is not necessary to do that. However, we're willing to go along with the compromise that has been put forward after 8 long years of agreeing to the fact that 8 kW is incidental and supplemental. What happens if we don't close this out? Today, what happens is there's just going to be more litigation because the staff interpretation will not go unchallenged. This board, in its, I think, very wise decision, went out and had UC Berkeley do a 2-year study that came back and laid the foundation for the rule that you all adopted. This has not been done by some fly-by-night. This isn't some conspiracy by PG&E. This is a very difficult policy decision that you all have come to the precipice of closing to bring closure to this. And if we don't get it done today on technicalities over the staff's responses to the comments, this is going to go on ad nauseum. And so we would urge this board to reflect on everything that this board and this staff has done over 8 years and send the rule to the Office of Administrative Law so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Norton. I'm a state certified electrician with 37 years in the residential, commercial, and industrial electrical market. I support staff recommendation authorizing the final rulemaking. The opposition is there are 26,000 C10 contractors in California. There's no shortage of them to be able to do this work. This proposed rule still allows C46 only contractors to do 99% of all the PV and BESS projects. A small group of C46 contractors has kept this issue before the board too long, over 7 long years. There are no major economic or job impacts from the proposed rule. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Keishla Wagner, and I work in the electrical trade industry. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation authorizing the final rulemaking. Climate change has resulted in millions of dead trees throughout the state, creating a tinderbox that was fueled deadly wildfires. This puts our clean energy goals and the safety of Californians at great risk. It is imperative we protect the public by ensuring the average Californian feels confident having BESS larger than 80 kW installed near their homes, schools, and work. This is why it is crucial that you authorize a proposed rule to ensure larger systems are installed safely by highly skilled C10 contractors. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Romero, and I'm a business rep with IBW Local 18, Los Angeles County resident. After more than 7 years, a proposed rule provides much-needed clarity and greater safety to consumers, workers, and first responders. The proposed rule ensures that larger, more complex, and potentially more hazardous BSS installations generally remain under the proper classification of the appropriately qualified electrical contractors who are required by law to use state-certified general electricians. This not only ensures the safety and quality of those installations, but also maintains the integrity of the C10 license. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Estrada. I am a state certified electrician with 30-plus years. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. I'm going to keep this short. I just want to touch on the fact that the solar system and the battery storage systems is completely separate, and it can be found in the California Electric Code. Battery system consists of one or more storage batteries and battery chargers, and can include inverters, converters, and associated electrical equipment. A solar system consists of the components and the subsystem that, in combination, convert solar energy into electrical energy for the connection to the load. They're clearly separate. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Houston. I'm a state certified electrician out of Ventura County with 16 years of experience, and I support the staff recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Say your last name one more time.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Joel Koppel, speaking on behalf of the San Francisco Electrical Contractors Association. Not only have I been an inside wireman working for C10 contractors for 24 years, I'm also a mayoral appointee to the San Francisco Planning Commission, past president, and luckily today we don't have a hearing, so I'm here. Safety is our biggest concern throughout our entire industry. Safety of the public, workers, buildings, tenants, especially the inspectors and our firefighters. We're definitely in strong support of staff's recommendation. First thing I do when I look at agenda is look what the staff is recommending. In regards to safety, these larger battery storage projects do not have room for error. Some of these higher DC voltages are so dangerous, the fires cannot be put out. So again, safety is always our utmost concern. Today, I'm just gonna have 4 of our out-of-work apprentices here. One of them is actually a graduate from our city-funded pre-apprenticeship program called City Build, which advocates for more women and BIPOC residents from disadvantaged neighborhoods having the chance of getting careers in construction working for C10 contractors. They're just gonna hop up here, mention their name, where they're from, and which contractor they're working for. Thank you.
Roy Leo Matawaran, San Francisco, Decker Electric.
One more time.
Roy Leo Matawaran.
I'll give you
Jorge Eduardo Noguera, IBW Local 6, San Francisco, working for Rosendin Electric.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kel McDaniels, IBEW Local 6, San Francisco resident, working for Decker Electric.
Martin Sesame, Local 6, Decker Electric.
Good afternoon. My name is Kia Shepard. Thank you to the board. I am from Local 617. I'm a state certified electrician who just graduated. And I am in support of 3B, not only because it keeps all of us safe, but it keeps person and property safe. Spending 5 years in the apprenticeship, 6 years because I was in the pre-apprenticeship, has taught me bounds and leaps of what I did not know. And the safety of everyone, including myself, as well as buildings that you guys are sitting in right now, is very important to all of us. So please support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Thomas Gomez, and I'm just here and I work for Spring Electric. I'm just here to let you guys know that I'm in support of Proposition B. I won't take any much time because I know the line's long. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Conway. I work out of 617. I work for McGrath Electric. I am in my 45th year being in this trade. I am certified in just about everything that California wants. I concern today and why I support this is because I see a gray area expanding. There's a term in the NEC called the AHJ, Authority Having Jurisdiction. this needs to be guarded and protected because I see and I know what's coming, which is battery storage systems being networked and transmission towers coming down because 50% of power generated by utility companies is gone by the time it gets to an end user. So this is going to expand and cause the gray area to only get bigger. So I really appreciate this being a seed planted so that we watch out for this potential problem only growing. Thank you very kindly.
Hi, I'm Rachel Shoemake, and I work with Contractors. I'm also a state certified general electrician. The 80 kilowatt hour threshold makes perfect sense. Studies in the record show a direct correlation between the risk and intensity of fire and the kilowatt hour capacity of a battery energy storage system. This is why the residential code does not permit more than 80 kilowatt hours of storage in a single location. An 80 kilowatt hour threshold is more than large enough to provide plenty of work to C46 only contractors, while recognizing that above 80 kilowatt hours, this should not be considered incidental and supplemental work. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ryan Roos. I'm a journeyman inside wireman with IBW Local 302, and I hope you guys support 3B. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, everybody. My name is Andrew Campbell. I'm a C46 licensed contractor, a small business owner. We have about 12 employees. I hear a lot, but I want to paint a picture of where I think solar is really going because we changed our interconnection method and now it basically gives no value to export energy anymore, right? So that's why the battery storage has become so integral to the solar, because you're not going to sell any solar if you don't have energy storage. We have to have the storage. If you just had solar, it's not the numbers aren't going to work. No one's going to buy it. California is not going to meet its clean energy goals. It's just not going to happen. So the other point I'll make that I just haven't heard anybody say yet is like the new Title 24 2022 code prescriptive method requires new buildings to have energy storage and solar. And so when you start segmenting, solar and the battery, it just becomes a mess. A lot of the developers come to us, the solar contractor, as the experts to figure out what they need to do to meet code. So that's what I'll leave you with. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Daryl Owen. I'm a journeyman lineman. I've been a lineman for 39 years. I'm a business rep out of Local 47. But 6 years ago, I was a foreman for Power Electric. We had a crew. Basically, we were just changing out a pole in the backyard. We had basically de-energized that section of the line. We call it a branch line. We de-energized it. We test grounded it. We opened up the cutouts. And my apprentice was up in the air trying to disconnect some of the secondaries, and he was getting bit. So I told him, stop what you're doing. And the reason why I'm telling you this is a safety issue. Whoever puts these things in, I'm not going to mention the name. I know what the company was, but I won't mention the name. But anyway, so I went to the guy's garage, and he had a battery on his wall, and it was backfeeding that apprentice, and it could have killed the kid. So that's why we need to make sure that we have qualified people doing this, guys. My name's Daryl. Thanks. That's all I got.
I'm Charles James, and I work for Prime Electric Contracting Company. I support the board accepting the staff recommendations and authority of the final rulemaking. To show respect to the board and attendees' time, I limit my comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Robert Older, IBEW Local 617. I work for Decker Electric. Been a certified journeyman electrician for a number of years. I support the board's decision in accepting recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. I'd like to address an issue that I found was a little odd is C46 solar contractors have no requirements for electrical training or certification. In my apprenticeship, I spent 8,000 hours of training in class, right? So that says a lot right there. I've dedicated 5 years of my life to training, and we should be upholding the same standard to any individual working on live electrical systems or any electrical infrastructure. While BESS is more hazardous than solar, C46 contractors have been sued for unsafe solar work. Walmart sued Tesla Solar City, identifying numerous rooftop solar fires and hazardous conditions due to the use of undertrained technicians. At least 7 Walmart stores had Tesla install solar systems catch fire. A 2019 inspection of 29 Walmart Tesla solar installations found 157 electrical safety action items, 48 of which Tesla itself characterized as rendering the sites unsafe. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Kasika. I'm an electrician with Rosen Contractor. I support the decision that the recommendation being held by the authorizing. I support the board's accepting the staff recommendation of the authorizing the final rulemaking. I also want to say that there's no other state allowing the solar contractors to install BESS. Yet this decision has been pending for more than 7 years. Under the proposed rule, the CSLB would allow it up to 80 kilowatt hours when paired with solar. While I, preferably most of the C10 industry, would like to see a greater safety protection for smaller systems, we are compromising by supporting the proposed rule for the good of the state. Unfortunately, at this point, C46 contractors are not compromising with the rule and want more. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ben Pratt. I work for a contractor, electrical contractor. I'm a certified electrician out of San Bernardino, California. We do a bunch of solar down there and a bunch of battery storage because it's pretty sunny down there, right? I believe that the 80 kWh threshold is a fair compromise. In my trade, continuing your education is something that is required of us at all times. So I think that it's just a point to be made that anybody that wishes to work above that threshold has a C10 license available, to add to their repertoire. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak here for a couple minutes. My name is Daniel Luther. I am a California State certified general electrician. I was one of the first 2,000 in the state to get that certification when it was implemented. I've maintained it ever since. I have over 50,000 hours in the field experience, along with continued education throughout the years to maintain that license. I strongly support staff's recommendation that was given to the board. They have done what was already touched on. Your staff has done years of research and come to you with that proposal. I highly suggest you listen to your staff. They've done the work without emotions. Okay, that's the safety of the public and property matters. C10 contractors use certified electricians and trainees. When you start working on these systems, you're not hooking up a car battery. The potential for catastrophic failure goes up exponentially as you add these batteries together. It's, like I said, the 80 kilowatt hour threshold, I think is a fair compromise. It doesn't put anybody out of business. It allows C46s to keep the homes up and moving. While you get into the bigger aspects of things, the certified electricians handle it. Thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Tremaine. I am a North Bay certified state general electrician. Solar systems are covered by the rules in the National Electrical Code, Articles 690 and 691. These articles do not cover or address battery energy storage systems. Section 690.71 of the PV systems article refers readers to the separate Article 706 for the rules related to energy storage systems. These are clearly separate systems covered by separate code articles. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Marcus Shapiro. I'm a commercial sales executive for Cinnamon Energy Systems. Coming here today to strongly urge you to vote against the proposed change to C46 solar contractors. We carry both our C46 and our C10 license, but this ruling would essentially make the C46 license useless. We've installed over 10,000 systems as a company, and we are contractually obligated to stand behind those systems, be able to repair those, be able to maintain those. All the battery systems that we installed are UL listed. They go through stringent engineering and permitting before they're installed and then get inspected before they're turned on. This will hurt the solar workforce in California immensely. The companies, the employees, renewable energy adoption as a whole, as well as the overall California clean energy goals. Under NEM 3, battery is essentially essential to fully offset bills. And so with this change, it'll really make much less people go solar because it will hurt the workforce. It will drive costs up for consumers. And California has steep renewable energy goals, and batteries are essential in the continued adoption of those renewable energy systems. So really, batteries are good for not only the consumer, but the utility as well. And limiting this will limit the overall adoption of it. So here to say, please vote against this proposed ruling. And thank you so much for your time.
Hello, my name is Joel Pickett. I am a state certified journeyman electrician working for contractors up and down California. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorization for the final rulemaking. The unique risks and hazard associated with the BES require different skills and knowledge than for solar installation. This is demonstrated by separate code installations and fire and life safety standards for solar PV systems and for BES. An improperly installed BES could cause serious public safety hazards, including electrocution, arc flash, explosions, and arc blasts and fires. Numerous California fire code requirements apply to BES, but not to solar systems. C46 workers have no requirements for electrical training, testing, or certification. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Johnson from Six River Solar in Humboldt County, California. We were founded in 1980. That's 3 years before the C46 license was created. In those days, solar was not allowed to connect to the grid. You had to have batteries on each and every solar electric system in order for it to power your home. Since this predates the C46 license creation, I think it's implicit that that license understood in those days that a solar electric system could and would be installed with batteries by a C46 licensed contractor. I drove down here to tell you what you already know. This change proposed to the C46 license is anti-consumer, it's anti-competition, and the only parties that stand to benefit from this ruling are the anti-solar utilities and the IBEW. Look at the many people who have come here today to work together to defend the C46 license. We're competitors in this industry, but we're working for a common cause to ensure the continued prosperity of our companies and to ensure that California will achieve its very ambitious climate goals. I remember taking my C46 license test in this building, and there were many questions about batteries on that test. Is someone trying to rewrite history by suggesting that we are not qualified to do what we have always done? We are the pioneers of energy storage. We built the industry, and this ruling is going to destroy it. Grid-tied solar without batteries is no longer a viable investment for consumers. But if we cannot honor our warranties, we cannot reasonably sell batteries. An industry study a few years ago found that only 20% of battery installations in California are done by C10 license holders. Do you think that the energy storage industry can sustain its vital growth without the C46 contractor? If you vote yes for this change, you are voting against warranty protections. You are voting for job losses that will number in the tens of thousands. You are voting against consumer choice. You are rewriting the history of an industry that has fought for climate action long before it was cool. And make no mistake, you're voting against clean energy. I would suggest that the minimum compromise on this question would be to remove the statement that C46 cannot repair or retrofit batteries. The 80 kilowatt hour recommendation is reasonable, but only if we can service our own warranties and retrofit batteries up to that size in addition to the other allowances. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Mike Tafoya. I am a high voltage substation electrician for SMUD. So I'm here to have the Board support the staff's recommendation on a yes. So as a substation electrician, I've seen a lot of state certified electricians here today, and these, even in a substation, the state certified electricians wouldn't be allowed to do any work. So there's classifications for a reason. When you look at the numbers, there's no way this proposed rule will reduce the PV or BESS installations either in total or compared to the number of installations currently being installed by C46 only contractors. There are over 26,000 C10 contractors and 1,227 C46 for a total of 27,965 C10 and C46 contractors currently licensed to install PV systems. Moreover, more than 2/3 of the 1,227 C46 contractors also hold a C10 A or B license and will not be impacted whatsoever by the rule. Only 421 C46 contractors do not also hold an additional C10 or general A/B license. Therefore, only 1.5% of almost 28,000 contractors that are licensed to install PV systems will be limited to the BESS projects under 80 kilowatt hours. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ramona Garcia. I work for, well, actually, I'm just a member of the community. And I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing final rulemaking. To show respect for the board and all attendees' time, I am limiting my comments.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Aisha Davis. I'm a proud member of the community in support of 3B. I ask that when you vote, please consider our communities and safety. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eva Gutierrez. I'm a member of the community. I'm here to support yes on B3 and to show respect to the board. I am limiting my comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Renee Cruz Martinez. I work in the electrical industry, and I support the board's 3B resolution. The claim that the proposed 80 kilowatt hour threshold for C46 contractors will have a meaningful impact on the amount of solar or energy storage installed in the state simply does not stand up to the facts. Solar Power World has compiled a list of the top contractors installing solar by total kilowatt hour. If you look up the contractor's license for these contractors, every single one of them has a C10 or A or B license. It is only the very smallest C46 contractors that do not also have a C10 or A or B license. These regulations allow those small contractors to install battery energy storage systems up to 80 kilowatt hours in size. Moreover, the California State Licensing Board staff report looked at the 2023 interconnection data and found that C46 only contractors did not install any BESS last year over 60 kilowatt hours in size. The 80 kilowatt hour threshold is reasonable, and it will not reduce the existing market share of any C46 contractors. For the record, the website in this list is solarpowerworldonline.com. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. Christina Marquez. I work with the environmental organizations and with California contractors who install, maintain battery systems for energy storage. Climate change is real and we must act now. Wildfires are a threat because of this, and this puts our clean energy goals and the safety of Californians at great risk. It's imperative we protect the public by ensuring that average Californians
feel confident about having BESS larger than 80 kilowatt hours installed in their homes, schools, and work. I urge you to please authorize the proposed rule to ensure larger systems are installed safely by highly skilled C10 contractors. Also, I wanted to remind the board that under existing conditions and regulations, C46 contractors are not allowed to install batteries alone. I just wanted to remind the board of that. Thank you. Have a good day.
Afternoon, my name is Basil Romero. I'm a skilled and trained state certified sound and communication technician. I am in support of the board accepting the staff's recommendation. Solar systems are covered by the rules of the National Electric Article 690 and 691. These articles do not cover the address BESS section. Section 690-71 of the PV system articles refer readers to the separate Article 706 for the rules related to energy storage systems. These are clearly separate systems covered by separate codes and articles. Thank you.
My name is Chris Mag. I'm a state certified electrician for over 25 years working in the commercial and PV industry. Sorry. I support the board accepting the staff recommendations and authorizing the final rulemaking. No other state allows a solar contractor to install BESS, yet this decision has been pending for more than 7 years. Under the proposed rule, the CSLB would allow it up to 80 kilowatt hours when paired with solar. While I, and probably most of the C10 industry, would like to see the greater safety protections for smaller systems, we are compromising by supporting the proposed rule for the good of the state. Unfortunately, C46 contractors oppose the rule and are not compromising. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon. My name's Will Smith, a 25-year electrician working for C10 Contractors, and I'm in support. C46 solar workers have no requirements for electrical training or certification. While BESS is more hazardous than solar, C46 contractors have been sued for unsafe solar work. Walmart sued Tesla and Solar City, identifying numerous rooftop solar fires in hazardous conditions due to the use of undertrained technicians. At least 7 Walmart stores had Tesla installed solar systems catch fire. A 2019 inspection of 29 Walmart Tesla solar installations found 157 electrical safety action items, 48 of which Tesla itself characterized as rendering the sites unsafe. Now, to bring this home and make it a little more personal, about 7 years ago, my ex-wife bought a brand new house. She said, I'm having a little issues with the solar, and when you come over, can you take a look at it? Sure. She knew I'm an experienced, trained and certified electrician. Get over there, I take a look. It's a Tesla Powerwall, and it wouldn't work properly. And I took a look at the craftsmanship. The craftsmanship was really, really horrible. As a trained professional, I know what a professional install should look like. And once I seen the way that it was installed and I seen some of the errors, I immediately told her, do not turn this system on, ever. Because I don't want to jeopardize her or my children in the home. And so she had to call Tesla back, I think 3 different times for them to get it right. So that's my personal experience, and I urge you to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Hi, Jody Cather. I've been an electrician for SMUD for 16 years. I'm a high voltage electrician in substations. I'm here to support yes on 3B. I just want to say that, you know, all of us here, we have batteries in our cars. And we can easily learn how to install these batteries, but that doesn't mean just because we've learned to install these batteries that we can now troubleshoot our whole car system. 3B isn't here to stop solar, put people out of jobs, not at all. I mean, as California, we go green, and we're trying to integrate all these systems into our electrical system safely to support our community. And 3B here is just trying to support that the right trained, proper contractor is here to help install these systems into our electrical infrastructure. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rocio Gianelli. I'm a member of the community and support of 3B. The new rule makes sure that big and possible dangerous battery installations are done by certified electricians, keeping everyone safe. So this is about making sure the work is done right and up to our standards. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Nilda Holguin, Holguin, and I am a proud member of this community, and I urge you to vote in support of yes on 3B. I also work alongside the electrical industry, so thank you.
Good afternoon to the board. My name is Tim Neal, and I am a member of the community as well. And I just want to strongly urge you to support the board in accepting this staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. Thank you very much. Yes on 3B.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Martinez, and I work for the contracting company. I support accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. To show respect to the board and all its attendees and time, I'm going to limit my comments. While I and probably most of the C10 industry would like to see greater safety protections for smaller systems, we are compromising by supporting the proposed rule for the good of the state. Unfortunately, C46 contractors opposing the rule are not compromising. Thank you.
I am Chris Gleed with Baker Electric and Renewables out of San Diego County. Contracting company. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. C46 solar workers have no requirements for electrical training or certification. The proposed rule provides much needed clarity and greater safety to consumers, workers, and first responders. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Donnie Clute. I work for Dynalectric San Diego and have been in the electric industry for over 25 years and the renewable industry for over 15 years. I support the board accepting staff recommendations and authorizing the final rulemaking on 3B. The proposed rule provides needed regulation to maintain safety and quality to consumers, workers, and our electrical utility workers maintaining our grid. The proposed rule ensures that larger, more complex BESS installations remain under the proper classification of appropriately qualified contractors who are required by state law to use state-certified general electricians, ruling that battery storage installations are to be installed by C10 contractors, especially at point of connection to our electrical grid, will ensure that the integrity of this very important alternative power source will be performed by qualified personnel while also maintaining the integrity of the C10 license. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Ed Wallace. I work for Dynalectric San Diego Contracting Company, and I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. Out of respect of time, I will be limiting my comments. We've learned that the difference in both education and training between a solar installer and a state-certified licensed electrician is underscored by an astounding 32% complaint rate against C46 contractors compared to an only 5.6% complaint rate against C10s. The proposed rule addresses important consumer complaint and safety issues by setting the 80 kilowatt limit. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Corey Schumacher, and I work for regional and local planning agencies, or work with regional and local planning agencies, environmental engineers, state-certified electricians, general contractors. I want to urge the board's support of the recommendation today. C46 solar workers have no requirements for electrical training or certification. While BESS is more hazardous than solar, C46 contractors have been sued for unsafe solar work. Walmart sued Tesla Solar City, identifying numerous rooftop solar fires and hazardous conditions due to the use of undertrained technicians. I also wanted to note that 1.5 of contractors licensed to install PV systems that will be subject to the 80 kilowatt hour best size limitation will have plenty of work. According to the CPUC data, C46 only contractors currently have only 3% of the market share for all PV BESS projects. CPUC data also shows that the proposed 80 kilowatt limit would cover 99% of PV and BESS projects. Accordingly, the proposed regulations still provide the 421 contractors impacted by this rule the opportunity to increase their market share from 3% to 99% of all shared BESS projects. The claim that this would create a negative economic impact on those contractors is ludicrous. The proposed threshold ensures no harm to small businesses and no harm to jobs, and provides plenty of growth opportunity for C46 contractors, even if they decide not to obtain a C10 license. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Steve Ross. I am a public power professional with a local municipal utility locally here. I'm a power system operator, so I'm responsible for ensuring that the megawatts that are generated every day make it to you, keep the lights on. One of the biggest concerns about my job is safety, and safety is paramount. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We have a system set in for certified electricians. Every day these guys go to work, these men and women of this profession go to work having had a certified apprenticeship. That has been delineated and argued over for many, many years. It has been what has made them who they are. It has made sure that they go home safely every day. And a compromise at 80 kilowatts is more than reasonable. We want to make sure everyone goes home every day. I've heard a lot of testimony about the training provided by the manufacturers themselves. I think I speak for many of my brothers and sisters here that when we rely on the companies making the products to give us the safety protocols, that never really bodes well for the person doing the installations or even the consumer at the end of the day. We just heard whistleblower testimony from Boeing. Boeing didn't train the pilots who had that faulty navigation system on the new 737 Air Max. That just seems like an obscure reference, but it does tie together where the training should come from, a standardized training program, and why that's so important to make sure everybody goes home every day. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Francisco Ferreira, and I'll keep it short, just in full support, and urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Fred Aboud, A-B-O-U-D. I am a journeyman lineman by trade, and I am in full support of SB 3. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Delilah Mosley. I stand here as a member of this community in support of 3B rulemaking. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Harold. As a member of this community, I am here in support of 3B rulemaking. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nikki Bissett. I'm a member of the community and I'm here in support.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alvin Leon, and I'm a member of the community, and I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final ruling. To show respect to the board and all the attendees at this time, I'm limiting my comments. A small group of C46 contractors have kept this issue before the board for too long, over 7 years. There are no consequential economic or job impacts from the proposed rule. So, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Rodriguez, and I'm a community member, and I support 3B.
Good afternoon. My name is John Hong. I'm a community member, and I just wanted to show my support today for the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Juan Perez. I am a state general certified electrician. I've been doing electrical work for almost 30 years now for multiple contractors. I'm a graduate of a 5-year apprenticeship program and still continue going to school for all aspects of the electrical industry. I encourage your support on this ruling. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Lawrence Sheridan. I've been an electrician for 24 years, and I support the ruling.
Good afternoon. My name is Benny Lopez. I'm a state certified electrician for over 20 years, and I strongly support the rulemaking in 3B. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave Gilfillan. I'm a state certified general electrician, also over 25 years of service. I'm here in support of the board of accepting the proposed recommendations. Right, as you know, right now, no other state allows C46 contractors to install BES systems, battery electric storage systems. Although under the new rule, you would allow them to install it up to 80 kilowatts or kilowatt hours when paired with the solar. These are two independent systems and should be treated as such. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Antoine Gilbus. I'm working in the electrical industry, and I'm in support of this. Would the proposed rule make solar and BESS systems more expensive? A Stanford University study of BESS installation labor costs found it would cost $100 more with a C10. According to California SGIP 2018 data, the average cost of combined residential solar and BESS systems was $37,689. $100 increases the cost by a third of 1%, but that's just on the largest projects. CPUC data shows that 99% of solar and BESS pair projects are well under 80 kilowatts and would not see any price impact whatsoever under the proposed rule. The 80 kilowatt threshold will have no meaningful impact on solar and BESS installations other than to improve safety and quality. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nick Gilfillan, and I work for Ryder Contracting Company. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. Thank you.
Nick Gilfillan.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Cortez. I work for Smith & Sons Electric. The difference in education and training between a solar installer and a licensed electrician is further understood by the astounding 32% complaint rate against a C46 contractor, compared to only 5.6% complaint rate against a C10. The proposed rule addresses important consumer complaints and safety issues by setting the 80 kilowatt hour limit. Thank you.
Greetings, board. My name is Jason Gumatautau, certified journey level electrician. Been in the construction industry for 23 years, 18 of which were certified. And I'm urging your support with the rulemaking today. In the interest of time, two things. I just want to thank everybody on the board who's helped get us to here where we are, as well as the staff. I know 7 years is a long time to try and figure this out, but obviously with everybody that's in the room, it's important and it means a lot. The only thing I wanted to affirm in my statement was that the proposed rule provides much needed clarity and greater safety to consumers, workers, and first responders. The proposed rule ensures that larger, more complex, and potentially more hazardous BESS installations generally remain under the proper classification of the appropriately qualified electrical contractors who are required by law to use state-certified general electricians like myself. This not only ensures the safety and quality of those installations, but also maintains the integrity of the C10 license. Thank you, and I urge your support.
Good afternoon. My name is Serena Moss. I'm a community member and also an employee at a local nonprofit electric company. It won't be named. I personally install electric meters to measure PV or photovoltaic solar generation, and I follow behind the C46 contractors. And yesterday, I myself found an open socket, not covered, energized. And so that's a safety concern, and that's not the first time that that's happened. And BESS is a lot more dangerous. And so I'm finding dangerous situations. And I feel that if people were properly trained and they had C10 electricians doing the work, there would be a little bit more quality. And so I'm asking you to please support this B6. Thank you.
Thank you, Board. My name is Wynn Bamberg. I'm co-owner of Occidental Power Solar and Battery Storage in San Francisco. We're a small, family-owned business, and we've been in business for 35 years. I'd just like to address the safety issues that you've been hearing a lot about. The solar industry that has been active all these decades has been an extremely active leader and collaborator with all of the above, all the concerns with electrical outfits, with fire safety and licensing, with each municipality, with the PV and battery manufacturers. We have helped to write the legislation. We've helped to write the regulations. It is insulting to say that our staff cannot put in solar safely. This is especially critical in this rapidly changing business. As you all know, there's new technology every month, and we have to stay on top of it, and we specialize in solar. I'd like to give you an example of safety on the other side of this coin. We have a 96-year-old customer in Sonoma County, and he has severe asthma. He bought a battery PV system from us after a particularly bad wildfire season when he was suffering blackouts for a couple of days in a row, and his air purifiers stopped working. We worked hand in hand with him to make sure that he had exactly what he needed were there to be another blackout, which is just predicted during wildfire season. It's not unusual anymore. I have a very hard time imagining anybody but our business that put in his system dropping everything to go and help him fix his system the day or the day after he contacts us. We are there, we understand his particular case, we have customized service. This is the benefit of having a small family-owned business, taking care of our own customers and fixing our systems. I'd also like to say that it blew me away to hear that a potential yes vote would stop all of this feedback that you're getting right now. Those of us in the solar industry are fighting for our livelihoods. We are fighting for our customers, and we are fighting for our visions that we've had for multiple years of the future and how this world and the climate that we have created can be reversed. I think it's naive to assume that a yes vote will make us go away.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlotte Stevens, and I work in the electrical industry. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. Under the proposed rule, the CSLB would allow up to 80 kilowatt hours when paired with solar, while I and probably most of the C10 industry would like to see greater safety precautions for smaller systems. We are compromising by supporting the proposed rule for the good of the state. Unfortunately, C46 contractors opposing the rule are not compromising. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is LaQuania Thompson, and I am a member of the community. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. And I'll keep my comments short. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kayla Jones, and I'm here as a member of the community. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. Thank you for your time. Take care.
How y'all doing? My name is Donnie Davis. I work in the electrical industry as well. Just wanted to say that I'm in strong support of 3B. And I support the board for accepting your staff recommendations as well in this final rulemaking. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mario Martin. I'm employed in the electrical industry, and I support the board accepting the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Goodwin. I work for the electrical industry. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. After more than 7 years, the proposed rule provides much-needed clarity and greater safety to consumers, workers, and first responders. The proposed rule ensures that larger, more complex, and potentially more hazardous BESS installations generally remain under the proper classification and the C10 license. Thank you. Mark Goodwin.
Thank you, Board. I'm Brian Carroll. I'm a homeowner in El Dorado County, and I'm here in support of the board accepting the staff recommendation. A few brief points. One, no other state allows contractors to install the battery storage systems. And here, after 8 years, this compromise, which was already a compromise, has been reached, and it allows for trained state certified electrical contractors to safely perform the work. And the safety concerns aren't hypothetical. As you heard previously, the Tesla installed solar system at Walmart were found and admitted by Tesla themselves that made many of these sites unsafe. Ensuring public safety is important, but also the safety of workers and people that have to come back and work on that equipment later on as well as homeowners and business owners. I sincerely thank you for your continued support and your patience today. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Thompson. I work in the electrical industry, and I'm a Sacramento resident. I'm here to support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking for many of the reasons you've already heard today. And again, out of respect for the work that you've all put into developing this final rulemaking, I support the board accepting the recommendations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gerald Williams. I'm a resident of Sacramento County. I'm also a homeowner with rooftop solar. I do work in the electric industry. I support the board accepting the staff recommendation and authorizing the final rulemaking. An extensive study commissioned by the CSLB has already found that vast majority of BESS systems were installed by C10 contractors. This is not about reducing economic opportunity or taking steps back towards the state's nation-leading climate goals. This ruling simply ensures the standard for trainings and qualifications is consistent to ensure safety for not only contractors, but first responders and the public. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to make sure for anyone who's on the other rooms, we're getting to the end of our line. If you're looking for public comment, now is your time to get in line.
Hi, my name is Dave Rosenfeld. I am the director of the Solar Rights Alliance. We are the nonprofit association of California solar consumers. We work on behalf of California's nearly 2 million people, schools and businesses and farms that have installed rooftop solar and increasingly battery storage. We're opposed to these proposed regulations. We urge you to reject them. You have heard from hundreds of consumers. Many of them have traveled distances to come here to speak to you in person today and in hearings in the previous months. And I think you've heard overwhelmingly what they've told you is that these proposed regulations would put them in an absolutely impossible position, where in order to comply with the law, they would have to take steps that would essentially invalidate the warranties on their solar system. And they've told you to reject this proposal. And I think we need to listen to the consumers who are taking their time to speak with you, because that's what this whole thing is about, is consumers. That's what we're here to help. And, you know, it'd be one thing if this was based on actual evidence of a safety problem, but that's not the case. And that's clear from the staff report that there is no evidence here that there is a safety issue with what's happening right now. And so it's not. So this is not really about protecting consumers, these proposed regulations. These would harm consumers. And speaking from as one consumer advocate to another, I would just ask you, don't adopt these regulations and harm consumers. Reject them. And there's so many things that I think we need to work together on in order to protect consumers. This is not it. And so please listen to the voices of the people, the consumers who have already taken the time to speak with you. Look at the fact that there is no evidence of a safety issue here. There is something else going on that is driving this, and it is not consumer protection. So in the name of consumer protection, please reject these proposed regulations. Thank you.
Hi there, Josh Buzzwell-Charco, Deputy Director at the California Solar and Storage Association. Just a few points to make. First, I want to talk about why, the first reason why I think you should reject this proposal is that the staff response didn't substantively address many of the comments that were submitted. And I worked with many of those commenters on their letters, and honestly, the staff response didn't take them very seriously and was pretty dismissive. When one of the members noted that she was, quote, working on partnerships to serve our numerous small to mid-sized commercial clients whose batteries typically fall in the 100 to 200 kilowatt hour range, the staff responds, this is merely an anecdote. Another commenter said that to adequately support the commercial market, particularly with blackouts, they would need to install batteries larger than 80 kilowatt hours. Again, waved away as an inapt anecdote. Finally, the staff report said of one of our commenters that her comment does not support her assertions because she noted that she mostly installed power walls, each unit of which is stackable at 13.5 kilowatt hours, and that was well within the 80 kilowatt hour threshold. However, the commenter's point was that because they're stackable, the KWHs can increase to over 80 kilowatt hours. So indeed, it would impact her. So if the board is going to use a document to move forward with such a consequential decision, it should not be this staff response. Also, as you've heard, the issue of warranties is hugely important to this matter. I have with me a NEM agreement right here, and where solar installers are required to certify that they are providing a warranty on the equipment and the installation for 10 years, which would include a NEM solar and storage system. So to say that a C46 contractor is unable to service their warranty would totally contradict the requirement under net metering. Finally, I want to correct the record. Contrary to what was said by some here today, C46 solar contractors have installed systems over 80 kilowatt hours. In fact, I spoke with several of them yesterday who have done so and have contracts to do so in the future. These are good, honest contractors. They have done nothing wrong, and this board would essentially just rip those contracts up for no good reason. You should reject the proposal. Thank you. Sorry. Josh Buzzwell-Charco.
Hello, everybody. My name's Juan Villa. I'm here representing SunPower. I've been with SunPower for 6 years now. So just wanted to come up here and give a little bit of personal experiences dealing with union-based companies. So I was out of the local 324 laborers. It just happened to be that my first gig was at an electrical company, and that's kind of where I opened my eyes and realized that this industry is something that I want to do. So back to the story in the laborers union. So I was doing the labor part, which was underground. I was just going along my day. I then noticed a gentleman come up to me and basically say, "Hey, are you certified? You can't be doing this work." So ever since then, my goal has been to pretty much develop my electrical career. But right now, I think, in my personal opinion, is that it's not really the opportunity to join a particular union is not exactly set up for individuals with not a lot of experience. And working here at SunPower has given me the opportunity to, get better at my craft that I was never given the opportunity to to do in other places. So I am not in support of this, and I just want to let everybody know that if this does go through, I would just request, or I would love to hear an amendment or something in regards to the solar installers that have been putting years and years of hard work in similar installation processes, a path to into that next threshold of development. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Love and members of the board. I'm Heather Minner, legal counsel with the California Solar and Storage Association. When we first reviewed these draft regulations, we identified what we assumed was a drafting error, and that was that these regulations would prohibit C46 solar contractors from maintaining and repairing the battery systems they install. This is an incredibly harmful provision of the regulations. What consumer is going to hire a contractor to install a battery that they are not going to be able to warrant to go back and repair and maintain? Moreover, it's a legal problem for these contractors because the state regulations also require contractors to provide maintenance warranties that they would not be able to do under these regulations. And this regulation would not only apply going forward, but would also apply to batteries that have already been installed by solar contractors. And so they would not be able to go back and repair or maintain the batteries that they've already installed, making this bad for consumers as well. As a result, this regulation, while it allows solar contractors to install batteries within the 80 kilowatt hour threshold, it completely cuts off that market because it doesn't let them maintain them. So as a practical matter, you're prohibiting all battery installations. CalSA requested modest amendments to the regulations to clarify that contractors can go back and maintain and repair the batteries they installed. But the response to comments that you have before you completely rejected this request. The response claims that the regulations simply maintain the status quo. But I think all of the testimony you've heard today shows that that's not the case. This is really going to be really harmful. I ask you not to disregard these concerns about prohibiting maintenance and repair. You are the CSLB. You are the ones who decide what is within the scope of the solar license. And you should not adopt a regulation that prohibits contractors from maintaining the batteries that you say they are allowed to install. That is what is before you today. It's bad for the businesses, it's bad for consumers, and it's going to be bad for their workers as well. We have submitted a letter of the continuing legal flaws with this rulemaking, and for instance, the responses completely fail to respond to comments and suggestions made by the public. The rulemaking rejects as effective alternatives that would be less harmful to businesses, such as allowing the C46 contractors to install batteries. This isn't a small number of people it affects. There are 420 C46 contractors who do not have another license that would allow them to do the maintenance. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Anthony Donegan, IBW member 7228193. After a major accident with the IBW, I was forced to retire. I hold certifications in California, Colorado, Oklahoma, and New York. My inside journeyman card is 148311. I'm a retired Master Sergeant in the United States Army, Safety Protocols, Nuclear Termination Systems. I'm asking, as a professional electrician, you reconsider not passing this bill. When I was an electrician in Local 551 in 2017, the contractors were asked, and the members were asked if they wanted to install solar. Most of the members said no because there's no money in it. And nobody wanted to go work up on the roofs and nobody wanted to do the battery backups. It's a specified field. It's so specified that non-union shops started picking up the slack. What you may not know is on multiple union PV jobs through Northern California, unions don't use electricians. We don't take 30 or 40 or 50 guys out. We use day laborers. Day laborers to build the racks, to ground the systems, to install the panels. We do the grid tie-ins. That's all we do. There's been a lot of misinformation here about training, safety, protocols. I'm currently rewriting protocols for SunPower. If we get caught in an open panel on an energized system, we're terminated. We know it. Union doesn't do that. Union lets their guys work everything hot. I've seen it. I've seen guys arc flash and die instantly. It's a memory I can't forget. The systems we put in, we test them. We test them again. We commission them. We test them again. We go out and I train the customers on the knowledge they need to have to do it. When we're commissioning our systems, we do rapid power offs, we do service disconnects, we do solars, we step down the solar. We probably go up and above what we would normally do, and I know I'm doing above what we did in the union. Please reconsider this, rethink it. Think about the non-union members that came here and spoke. And most of the union members who spoke today have never touched solar. You can listen to them and know they have not been on our side of the field. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon, a very long afternoon. I'm Gretchen Newsom. I am here on behalf of the 9th District of IBEW, the Electrical Workers Union, representing over 155,000 union electricians and power professionals in the Western United States. Wanted to share with you that we fully support today's compromise and urge your support of accepting staff recommendations and authorizing the final rulemaking. And I share with you that I, too, am an appointed member of a public body for the state of California, so I share what you have to consider on a daily basis. This very serious impacts that policy and regulation reform have on Californians and consumers. I believe that all of our considerations and decisions should weigh on how it affects the quality of life with a particular focus on high road standards for jobs and careers. The notion of putting in good work and earning for our families and communities affects all the components in life, because when people have good jobs, they have good lives. So how does this affect your deliberation today? You have before you a decision that will impact the work outlook for thousands of electricians and contractors, as well as the safety and quality of life for the public and those coming up through apprenticeship. So let's talk about the numbers and the fair compromise of the 80 kilowatt hours. There are 27,000 C10 and C46 contractors that can install PV, and this only impacts the 481 C46 contractors that do not have a C10 or a B license. Staff have verified that none of these 481 contractors installed battery energy storage over 60 kilowatts last year. It also finds that these 481 contractors only install about 3 to 5% of the market. The claim that the sky is falling is false. The proposed regulations leave plenty of growth opportunity for the few C46 contractors that do not want to get a C10 license. So, today, will you take the high road and ensure that electrical work, including energy storage, construction, and installation above 80 kilowatt hours, is performed by C10 contractors that employ, by mandate, a skilled and trained workforce of certified electricians, individual workers that have achieved critical certifications and knowledge that protects the public from hazardous situations? Again, I encourage your strong support for staff recommendation today. And for Mr. Diaz, who spoke earlier today, I'd like to convene with you outdoors, because IBEW, our doors are always open and we will welcome you in. Thank you.
Chairperson Love, members of the board, Eddie Bernanke on behalf of the National Electrical Contractors Association and their 2,000 plus California licensed C10 and C46 contractors. Our members install more kilowatts of solar and more kilowatt hours of battery storage than any other statewide association in California. And I want to start by just saying thank you to the board, staff, and the board members who have been working on this issue tirelessly for multiple years. I think we're on year 8 now. It's been a long slog. But we do urge you to finally cross the finish line and approve the staff recommended proposals and comments to get the regulations across to the Office of Administrative Law. I want to clear up a couple of items that were brought up today. Make sure that it's very clear that an A and B licensed contractor is not impacted by these regulations. Any work they can do today, they could do if these regulations were passed. In addition, there is zero impact on a C46 contractor on their ability to install or work on or warranty a solar photovoltaic system. This does not impact their ability to do that. The proposed rules have actually minimal impact on the C46 contractors. Our contractors that are C46 have reviewed these extensively. The California Energy Commission in its own study stated that 99% of all residential battery energy storage system installations are under 80 kilowatt hours. 99% on residential. In addition, this board, in its own report in 2023, looked at the connection data and found that 0 C46 only licensed contractors had installed any paired photovoltaic and battery energy storage systems over 60 kilowatt hours. And then finally, on the warranty issue, current board policy is that a C46 only licensed contractor cannot install a battery energy storage system on its own. So if the warranty issue exists under the current regulations, these regulations that are being proposed do nothing to advance that or to roll that back. And that is a separate issue and should be considered separately. And we would be happy to sit down and help and work on that issue. Thank you for your time.
Is there any other public comment?
Chairman Love, members of the board, my name is Bernadette Del Chiaro. I'm the Executive Director of the California Solar and Storage Association. We represent over 740 solar and storage businesses working every day in California to build a clean energy future. Let me just be really clear. There is nothing compromised. There's no compromise here on the table before you. You all voted on an 80 kilowatt hour threshold almost a year ago. We told you that was too low, and we offered a different number, 280 kilowatt hours. But we said under no circumstances can you restrict the C46 contractor from repairing, maintaining, honoring their warranties, or retrofitting an existing solar system they already built. You have moved forward. The regulations before you today and the staff's descriptions are very clear that you would restrict the C46 from performing basic maintenance, basic retrofits, basic warranties. That is not a compromise. You are essentially saying to the C46 contractor, you cannot do solar and storage going forward. In fact, you're basically saying you've been illegal for 40 years. This license was created by this board at our suggestion and our urging 40 years ago, and it included storage. It's expressly included storage. It has always included storage. You are saying that this license you created has been operating illegally for 40 years. That is an untenable position for this board to be in. If you vote yes, you are stripping the C46 from doing all of that work. That is not a compromise. Number two, this voting yes today does not resolve a thing. This is an untenable position that you're putting the solar industry in. The NEM 3 decision that just took effect a year ago basically requires energy storage. There is no market for the C46 contractor under this rule. Number three, this will affect the general B contractors. They do not have unlimited abilities. They are restricted within their classification, and there are 537 general B contractors that also hold a C46. They've been extremely active in this industry. They will be limited by this rule as well. When we first started, and it has been a long slog, we have all tired of this issue. We would love for it to be resolved, but a yes vote doesn't resolve it. When we started in 2018, there were 2,800 batteries installed. We have 114,000 now installed in California. No incident, okay? These are the facts. Other states do allow solar contractors, do not require certified electricians to counteract an earlier testimony, and that's in the record in your report. And I just would say in closing that the fact that we've been at this for 8 years basically only underscores that it is incumbent upon you to get this right and not have unintended consequences. Thank you.
Turn your microphone on, please.
There we go. How's that? Good afternoon. Tom Enslow, counsel for the IBEW NECA LMCC. I'd like to make a couple of clarifications. One, for the board members who haven't been here for 8 years, or even for more than a year, the board recommendation about 2.5 years ago was to not allow C46 contractors to install battery energy storage systems at all. And that was kind of the starting point of that. And this is a compromise position. Second, just as to the legal issues, I think staff did a great job going through that. There is no SECR or APA claims that we're worried about. My office actually pioneered going after building standards regulations on SECR issues. This is not an issue here. But what I really want to address is the warranty issue, because that seems to be the crux of what everyone's talking about. And it's a red herring, because these issues exist equally under your current regulations. The regulations do not address, enlarge, or reduce these concerns in any way. And the issue of warranty work on incidental and supplemental work performed by a specialty contract cuts across all contractor classifications and is not unique to this issue. For example, even for the C46, they can't install a roof unless they have a roofer's license, and some of them do have a roofer's license. But they're installing solar on top of the roof. When they install it on that roof, there's a question about, well, what's a roofing warranty, because they put stuff on the roof. And it comes down to who is responsible for the leak. And then the same question arises, if there's a leak in the roof, where they installed it, can they come back and fix the roof, even though that's not under the license classification? And frankly, these are open questions that the CSLB just hasn't addressed across the board and probably needs to be addressed, but it's not before the board today. This proposal doesn't change any of that. These same issues exist equally now and under the proposed regulations. It's a complete red herring. And similarly, the claim that owners with current PVs must have with current PVs have to have their subsequent battery energy storage installed by the same contractor to keep their PV warranty. I mean, first of all, that locks consumers in to their initial contractor for in memoriam. But second of all, that's just not relevant, because the same issue again arises today under the current regulations, and there's no question this doesn't apply to equipment warranties, and that a BESS system can be installed with its own separate inverter. It doesn't have to be connected to the solar system. And so if it's really an issue, the new installer has many different configurations they can install it without that being an issue. Thank you.
Last call, any other public comment? Last call. All right, we will move it. I'm going to turn over the Registrar vote. He had a couple clarifications that he would like to speak on.
Yeah, if it's okay with you, Board Member Mark, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Deputy Registrar Mike Chemnensky, and perhaps the Deputy Chief of Legal Affairs for DCA, Ryan Markrow. But Mike, could you comment a little on the review that you did as it related to the warranty issue in preparing this report?
So on the topic of warranties that are already executed, already in place, as we discussed, specific warranties are not in front of us today. That said, this regulation does not speak to warranties at all. And I would find it hard to believe that this regulation affects warranties. What we do know is that it does not affect the enforcement of the warranties that were provided in the record for the board within that 45-day comment period, which is the evidentiary rulemaking record. The warranties that we reviewed It does not affect the enforcement of those warranties that were provided by the public commenters in the record. As to future warranties, the warranty matters. What's in the warranty matters. What it permits matters. This regulation does not prohibit warranties. Contractors may warrant work, but the specific terms of the warranty will matter. Thanks.
I'm happy just to sort of second that to some extent. Part of the difficulty is that the terms matter. The words matter. These are specific contracts during the public comment period. Like I said before, warranties were submitted. They were considered. There's a handful of pages worth of responses to those specific warranties, and frankly, they didn't prove the points that I've been hearing today. So the warranties are the facts matter, and the facts that we have in this rulemaking don't support the claim.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Can someone please turn off the mic at the stand? Is there any other specific board comment before we go any further?
Can I just comment that I recognize that you mentioned one of the last speakers, letters that have been submitted to board members or provided to board members. And approximately an hour before today's meeting, we received a letter with several hundred pages, and staff has been kind enough to copy it and put it on the table back there, or if anyone wants public access, they can contact staff for a copy of it. And the only other thing I wanted to add was that board member Guy in his business has a C10 license and has disclosed that, but does not do solar installation work and sees it as having no effect on the discussion or action we're taking today.
Thank you. I remember that from the 2022 meeting way back when. Chair Love.
Thank you. I want to start by saying that I want to thank everyone for their participation in this rulemaking matter. I think it's very important that you all came out to speak on what you feel that we as board members should do and what's fair on both sides. But I just want to take a moment to talk to you as the chair and my feelings on what has transpired today, because our vote is very important. And I know we've been going through this long before I came on the board. I've been here since 2019, so now it's going on 8 years. And I know we have come together at some point when Chair Granzella was the chair and tried to sit down and come together, and that didn't work out. I know we've been talking about potential lawsuits, and that's not a good thing. That does not help consumers at all. It would have been nice to have resolved this. But here's what I want you all to know. I am not a contractor. There's a lot of the contractor language that I have learned since I have been on this board, and I'm still learning. But today I listened to all of you, and I took a full page of notes to hear what was important to both of you, all of you on each side. And I heard things that talked about safety issues. Let me just say this. This vote that I am going to make is very important to me, that whatever I do, that I feel that I have done what I think is the right vote to make. But I want to tell you some things that I heard that is going to impact my decision on voting. Safety issues is very important. I know that in the studies that we have done previously, there was, if I remember correctly, there was found that there was no incidences that happened. But we cannot predict the future. We have climate change, we have fires, we have weather conditions, we have a lot of different things that could potentially happen in the future. And we need to protect consumers. We talk about loss of jobs, we talk about warranty. I know that I have heard that the warranty portion is not a part of what we're voting for today, but it's a concern to me because I'm trying to figure out how certain things impact people losing their jobs. In most conditions, when you have a warranty is usually part of what you already do. I know there are different terms, but when you go back out to service someone that has a warranty, it doesn't always impact the business in that you're going to obtain more money because you've already obtained the money up front. So I'm having a hard time figuring out how people lose their jobs over that and how companies close over something like that. But I may not know everything, so I'm here to listen when we deliberate and get educated. But I have heard also that most C46s have a C10 certification, and we're only talking about, according to the last study, 400 contractors. So going forward, everyone is going to be certified to do the batteries. So again, I'm going to listen when I hear the deliberation. I don't know how we can fix all of this, that everyone will be satisfied. I know one side is not going to be happy, and I just can't see us. We've got to think about the future. And to keep doing this over and over and over again, does not help consumers. And the one thing that I have not heard any side talk about is that if we keep going the where we're going, the future is all about AI, which will put both sides out of business. So to me, we need to start talking about coming together to help consumers. But I hope that that I make the right decision, again, to satisfy my conscience. But again, I do know that safety is most important, and that is my biggest concern, is about safety going forward. So thank you for all coming today again, and I'll turn it back over to Chair Mark.
Thank you. Any other board comment? Seeing none, I remember I've been on the board since 2020. I've heard this come up a couple times before me as well. I remember back when in 2022, when this was originally proposed for rulemaking and the discussion of back and forth between C46 and C10 contractors and actually in the room. And it sounded at that time, 80 kilowatt hours was the best compromise that could be made at that specific time. I know the staff recommendation originally was C46 should not install any BESS at all, from my memory. So that specific compromise, and that's why when the rulemaking went forward, I with the backing of the Berkeley labor study, which was a really long 100-page report that's right in front of me here. So again, I supported it then, and I'm glad at this point in time we're at the end of the rulemaking period. Just like what everyone said earlier, we're at the point of time where the rulemaking was proposed. We had our 45-day comment period. Now it's time for the board to, with the original motion, and I'll make sure I read the motion again before there's any other board comment. But again, with that, go ahead, David Torrey.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm one of the senior board members on this board, and I think this is one of the first items that I dealt with, and very controversial. CSLB, our objective, our main mission is the protection of the consumer. Safety. And by the way, I want to thank everybody that stayed late and made the comments. There were compelling comments on both sides. Safety being of the utmost importance, and the safety of the consumer. I kept hearing, and I believe one gentleman went up and referenced the Berkeley labor studies, and I'm paraphrasing, but I think he mentioned that they were reputable and stuff. Which they are, and they made a comprehensive, at that time, they made a comprehensive, voluminous report detailing. What I was looking for was for faulty installation. And I didn't read it, I didn't vet it thoroughly because it's too much. But what I was looking was for faulty installation, and I believe I came across 2 instances. Now, if I'm wrong, what I understand is the Berkeley labor studies is financed, one, by the IBEW. So through their own report, you would think it'd be biased, right? Unless they were just being straight up honest. But they only came up with 2 faulty installations. And they were abroad. They weren't even on this continent. So I don't think the data is there. It just, you know, it doesn't support the necessity to regulate and well, to confine the installation of BESS to a C10. I think, you know, and I sat on the legislative committee when, at that time, I thought it was the right decision to make, but I just don't see, I think we're overreaching a little. I think there's too much regulation as it is, but those are my comments.
Thank you. Any other board comments?
Yeah, I'll say something there. You know, listening, I'm fairly new to the board here, but, you know, listening to the consumers, right? Listening to the people, those business owners. You know, my dad was his own business, and I remember him starting, he had no certifications, he had no safety, right? But sometimes the experience, and I've heard a lot of business owners here being in business for probably 30 years, I think I heard 40 years. You know, the experience, the life experience and learning how to do things the right way and, you know, doing the things like they've been doing it, it impacts, you know, their families, right, and their clientele. So I understand that, and, you know, I think it's important to take that into account, right, for all those business owners that we're impacting. Those, you know, I know in COVID, a lot of, you know, mom and pop shops closed down and they never came back. Right, and now we have all these mom and pop shops here that are, you know, moving forward and trying to keep, you know, green solar energy proactive. So, you know, I took there was a lot of learning lessons for me. I am not a solar expert, but appreciate all those, you know, life stories that I heard. You know, I can tell that it was personal and it wasn't scripted. It was something that they have experienced throughout their personal lives. So. Thank you very much.
Any other board comment? Jim?
Through the chair. Just a quick comment, not about specifics, but I was in your position the last time we had these hearings. The myriad of people talking and explaining, and hasn't changed a whole lot, really. But just one thing that was said today by a very agitated individual, that we're playing games, we're playing a role for PG&E. And during all of this discussion over the last, and I've been here 4.5 years, I don't recall seeing any lobbying from PG&E, any 3 letters in all of our correspondence from PG&E. I know the games they play because the individual mentioned some of the tragedies that happened. I was the mayor of San Bruno during the pipeline explosion. I know the games utilities play, and I know the games public utilities play, and their regulatory overseers. But I just want to clarify for myself that nowhere in any of this correspondence that I see or indicate any type of push or pressure from a utility. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Board Member Barton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to reiterate that our goal here and our charge is to protect the consumer, and if that, we're always about professionalism, and that if that entails having license, protecting the consumer, that is my goal. And I would again reiterate my motion to approve and adopt the recommendation of staff.
Thank you. Any other further and it was, I believe it was properly seconded by Henry. Is there any other board comment? Oh, all right, I guess we'll do a roll call vote. Hang on 1 second, sorry. And there was a request to reread the motion that I scribbled all over. Here we go. So this is the motion that staff recommends this motion. It was properly first and properly second. Motion to approve the responses drafted to address public comments received during the 45-day comment period on the board's proposed regulations related to definitions, comma, Class C-10 electrical contractor, comma, and C-46 solar contractor, comma, approve the amended regulations, comma, and authorize the registrar to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations at sections 810, comma, 832.10 and 832.46, comma, as noticed. That is the motion on the floor, properly second. I'm seeing no other board comment on this issue. I guess we'll do roll call vote.
I just want to make sure the first motion was Joel Barton and second was Henry Nutt. Correct. All right. Diana Love,
Aye.
Joel Barton,
Aye.
Rodney Cobos, excused absence, David Delatorre,
Nay.
Miguel Galarza, excused absence, Amanda Gallo.
Aye.
Susan Granzella.
Aye.
Alan Guy. Jacob Lopez. Michael Mark.
Aye.
Henry Nutt.
Aye.
Steve Pinelli, excused absence, Jim Ruane. Mary Tyker, excused absence, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to move back into our legislative rest of the packet. Break until 3:45.
Over 100.
Vice Chair Mark?
Great, thank you. I think it's the speaker placement. So we skipped one item in our agenda. It should have been under legislation, review and discussion of possible legislative concepts, item G2, and then G2A. Okay, we're all square. So, agenda item G2A, legislation, review and discussion of possible legislative concepts. The first one, legislative concepts regarding business and profession code 7124.6, including the disclosure of an accusation to revoke a contractor's license on the license of personal record, and the number of years of disclosure of a citation, public reapproval, and criminal conviction. This agenda item is here because there was a legislative concept staff meeting, and then there was attended to present at the legislative committee on March 21st, 2024. We actually did not have insufficient time because we lacked quorum. I'll ask David Folk to introduce the first concept, and Deputy Registrar Jaminski will introduce the second concept. We'll ask for board comment after introducing each item, but this will not be a voting item, so there's no staff recommendation. We are on pages 229 and 230 of the first concept relates to public disclosure on a contractor's license. Turn it over to Register Folk.
Thank you, Legislative Chair Mark. Just some background. We're very fortunate at the Contractors Board to have what I look at as an enhanced disclosure policy. And this came about because of construction industry support, where they wanted consumers protected against contractors that had engaged in acts that either had resulted in a disciplinary action or were likely to result in a disciplinary action. So the first one is open investigations. If we receive complaints or one complaint against a contractor and we believe that it will result in either a referral for a potential criminal filing or for an accusation to suspend or revoke, once we meet that threshold, we can disclose that complaint and other similar complaints on the license record. This requires a supervisor approval. Letters of admonishment, something relatively new. We have public disclosure for 1 or 2 years. Citations, 5 years from issuance. And what's important about this one is it was a few years ago that the board sponsored legislation to ensure that citations were disclosed on any other license the qualifier may appear. At that time, we were including on the caption of our accusations related entities. And because we were able to do that, and the Attorney General's office drafts our accusations, we didn't believe we needed to add that same language to this section of laws to relate that would relate to accusations as it does citations, to provide the disclosure on the related licenses. And then you'll see accusations. If it's a settled accusation where the contractor's put on probation, it's disclosed for a period of 7 years. If the contractor is revoked, then it's disclosed indefinitely. Now, why we flagged this for you today is because we do believe we need alleged proposal in the future, and that's what was going to be addressed on March 21st. We did run out of time, but we hope to bring this back to either the Ledge Committee or to the full board with a alleged proposal that will do the following. We want to make sure that accusations, when they're in the process of being drafted, appear on the related entities. As it is today, the accusation only appears on the respondent entity and any sole owner licenses the qualifier may have. And that poses a consumer protection vulnerability if that qualifier is to obtain another license before the accusation process is completed. There would be no disclosure on that other entity or any other entities that qualifier may currently appear on. So, we want to fix that. public approvals. We never ask for a public approval. When we take a legal action, it's one of those that I previously mentioned. It could be a citation, a letter of admonishment, or an accusation. We don't ask an administrative law judge to have a finding for a public approval. Just for some quick background, if we take an administrative action, the respondent, whether they're licensed or unlicensed, they have the right to have a hearing in front of an administrative law judge. The exception would be the letters of admonishment. We can hear those internally. But what we find is that other DCA boards and bureaus, it's common for having a public approval. That's like something in the medical industry. Perhaps there needs to be something on a doctor's record that would be a public approval. We don't generally have those here because we're looking at restitution, putting somebody on probation, getting a disciplinary bond, maybe having them take some courses. But nevertheless, if we get a public approval, how long do we disclose it? So we don't have anything in the statute that says how long it's disclosed. Generally, we're looking at, I think, 5 years for a public approval, but that's being questioned. You know, what should it be? We're going to need the board to weigh in on that and to establish a time frame to publicly disclose a public approval. The next one is criminal convictions. We generally have a companion administrative action, but not always. How long should a criminal conviction be disclosed if we didn't take an action? I don't think I'll throw out in public here the time frame for that, but I think what we should do is come up with something in the statute that says how long a criminal conviction will be disclosed on a licensee's record. And the other one is the unfair business practice. You know, what we're having to do on those is we generally do a companion complaint, but the reality is the DAs are generally the ones, district attorneys are generally the ones that are filing these 17-200 unfair business practices. And they don't, is a rule, they don't appreciate an administrative action supplementing their unfair business practice because they don't need it. You know, they might be looking at our violations that were violated. It makes it a little bit more complex. We don't need to do that. We need to be able to disclose an unfair business practice. This is important to consumers who are being taken advantage of by contractors that are being financially enriched by this. We have a very good case right now with the carpenters that got the Attorney General to file. It's an unfair business practice where we really have widespread wage theft where contractors engaged in drywall installation were being paid less than minimum wage. We should be able to disclose that. We should have early disclosure without having to to identify a way to have some type of an administrative case. And what we find ourselves is trying to ask to be added to the caption of the 17-200, which doesn't meet with always with a favorable response. So we want to add that to our statute too. It's an unfair business practice that's been filed. Hey, let's disclose it and let's be able to publicly state for how long. So just flagging that for you today, and we look forward to coming back with the well-vetted ledge proposal for your consideration.
Thank you for that. Is there any specific board comment on this? I'll say a couple words. At the legislative committee meeting that was last held, a consumer from the public actually did comment something similar to this, if my ledge committee members remember, about looking up online. The individual did not have previous issues that were part of this license, and so they could not identify. So what David Folk is actually proposing is, this is what I'm hearing, is trying to help clean up our online public disclosures and actually make that a CSLB bill in the future. Is this something in the past, there's always been kind of like a committee set up to kind of hash it out? Is that what you're looking for? Even though we're not taking action, but, Board Chair Love could in the future appoint some sort of committee to work this out.
Yeah, I guess that would be up to the chair. If you'd like to consider appointing a two-person advisory committee to work with us on that, that would be fantastic.
We will discuss that. Yes.
Yeah, probably at a future time. As current ledge chair, I would like to be on that committee, but then I would assume someone else from the ledge committee would like to be on that committee as well. So maybe if you have interest, please contact Chair Love. All right, anything else on this one, Dave?
No, that's.
That's just, I guess the second one, Mike Cheminsky was going to cover.
Oh, there's a question. Apologize.
No question, but Mr. Chairman, I would volunteer to be on that committee too. You're the chair.
Okay, we got. All right, thank you. So obviously, Chair Love appoints all committee members, so thanks for the consideration. If there's anyone else that would like to put their name in the hat, please let Chair Love know. Back to you, Mike.
Yes, just real quickly, not much to add here other than what's in the packet. We just went through our sunset review process, and as part of that process, the legislature asked us a lot of questions for us to answer about specific issues, and we're pretty good at doing that. This one was unique, and we just thought we'd ask the board to provide any thoughts if they have any at all. So right now, the state law provides that the CSLB board include, as far as contractors go, right? As far as contractors go, 1 general engineering contractor, 2 general building contractors, and 2 specialty contractors. The legislature has asked the board if the board member composition should include a B2 contractor license on the board, given that there's now a new B2, right? We're not in the specialty contractor realm. We're now in the general contractor. We have the A and the B. Now we have a B2. So the legislature's asking, what do you think about having a B2 on the board? Informationally, for everyone, there are currently 721 B2 contractors. The license classification took effect in August 2021. So that is the idea. It's not that I'm aware of included in a sunset bill currently, but it's been asked, so we thought we'd try to provide a response. So I'll leave it at that. Anybody have any thoughts?
I'll comment. I'm a B license. I hold a B license seat. B licenses make up 103,000. The CSLB contractor's license, I think there's about 300,000, so it's a little less than a third. So I think moving a seat to someone that's one of the smallest subsets on there doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think I see the B2 as a subset of the B, so I think it should be currently held by 2 Bs.
Yeah, I think partly what Mike was saying is B2 does not allow any, to your point, B2 does not have allowable any seat on this board. So to your point, having 2 B licenses currently and the ability for a B2 to be one of those Bs. Is that what I was hearing from you, Alan?
Yeah, I think the B2 is a subset of the B, right? It's the same as a B, but without framing. Is that correct, right, Dave?
Yeah, without framing, it also precludes behind-the-wall electrical and plumbing and something like that type of work. As
So
far
I
as-
think it's too small of a subclassification to assign its own seat to.
Yeah, and increasing our board, but I think just what Sunset was saying was they just don't have the opportunity to sit at all. But I agree with you, it's not really fair to the 100,000 B contractors. But I think maybe, and maybe I don't know this, Mike correct me, is somehow the ability for a B2 contractors to be a possibility of a B seat. Does that part make sense? Because right now they don't have opportunity to sit at all, but there's still 2 B seats. So it'll be 100,721 contractors for those 2 B seats. I don't know if is that something that was talked about at all?
I think that's come up. I haven't heard that from the legislature, but I think that's come up. I think that came up in prior discussions, I think, with staff as a possible solution. One thing we could do is reach out to the National Remodeling Association, try to get their input, reach out to our existing B2s and see what they think. Get some research before we make a recommendation.
Yeah, I'm with Alan. I don't think it's really fair to the current B. We'll try again. I don't think it's really fair to the current B licenses, but I do think a possibility for the B2, the 700 classifications to be one of those 2 B seats is a possibility. I think that's the only way that could be fair for everybody.
I have a question and a comment. I do think that because it was brought up through the sunset review, that we should think about being inclusive. But I wanted to know, in certain committees, is there a restriction on a number from the governor to appoint to the board? I know we have 15. Is there a limit? And what is that number?
I want to look at the statute. Dave, do you know offhand?
Well, yeah, right now we're limited to 15 board members. I think what might be a good approach would be to respond to the Senate B&P or the Sunset Committee that I like what you just said, Mike, that we'll reach out to the remodeling industry and just see if, not that we'd want to propose that they have somebody on our board, but yet they may have members that we could obtain information from. I think that's important because the general building, our B class could do any work the B2 can do. So I think it already covers that. But the goal being that we need to hopefully have more B2 contractors to look at the small remodeling contracts we referred to like handy persons that aren't licensed today. How can we help them to obtain the B2 license, then ultimately the full B license?
All right, anything, other board comment? Seeing none. So that, Chair Love, that concludes the legislative report.
Thank you. That concludes our business for the day. Is there a motion and a second to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, and any comments from the board for discussion? Any comments from the public?
Actually, I have a comment. I wanted to thank Michael for all the hard work today. I was very grateful for your research and your patience, and of course, Robert's rules, So good job, and thank you very much, Board Member Marr.
Any public comments? We have one person in the public out there.
I just,
Okay.
who motions? Who was
It
the
is
motion?
approximately, you got a second?
Yeah, we did, Jim.
The meeting is adjourned at 4:05. Thank you all.